Good evening, everybody. This is a April 16th meeting of the Anne Arundel County Board of License Commissioners, Liquor Board, with two items on the agenda for this evening. Both of them are a protest of new license renewals. The first case will be Mag at the Inn. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Praley for synopsis, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, everybody in this packed house here tonight. My name is Jimmy Praley. I serve as counsel to the board. Before every meeting, I make a couple brief announcements. The first is that all of the commissioners before you tonight are part-time public servants. Each and every one of them has outside interests. So if you believe that any of the commissioners have a conflict of interest, you need to make that aware to us when your case is called. Otherwise, we're going to move forward under the supposition that there are no conflicts of interest. The second is that for the purposes of judicial economy, sometimes when counsel are present, objections are made as to a particular portion of testimony or the admissibility of evidence. Counsel can rule on those objections. The chair is able to designate and delegate that authority to counsel, which the chair has done for this particular proceeding. So if counsel are present for a particular case and an objection is made, sometimes instead of the chairman making the objection, making the ruling on the objection, I will in fact make that ruling, and my ruling will be that of the board and of the chairman. As the chairman mentioned, we have two protest hearings tonight. There's a bit of a different format involved with protest hearings. I'll let Chief Inspector Ford call the first case, and then I'll kind of go through the ground rules on how we're going to proceed procedurally. Chief Inspector Ford, please. Thank
you, Mr. Praley. First case is Mag at the Inn, known as PCF Inc. Harry C. Page, President. Paul William Page, Vice President. This is a new license due to protest of renewal. Located at 546 Center Street, Pasadena, Maryland, 21122. This is a Class D beer, wine, liquor, dancing, Sunday, and outdoor dining license. The protestants that signed the petition are Todd Taylor, Catherine Taylor, Ken Taylor, Sally Taylor, James M. Keller Sr., James M. Keller Jr., Anna L. Keller, Wanda Higgs, Mimi Schwartz, Tyler Jones, Geraldine Hammond, Robert Hammond, Paul Martin, Cynthia Martin, Christy Miller, and Regina Miller. Now, everybody who is here to testify either for or against, if you are able, please stand. I'm going to administer the oath. If you could, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If you could please remain standing if you're able. We want to take a head count of everybody who's for or against, so please remain standing if you are in support of the petition.
Well, that's
sorry.
If you're here to support the protest stores, the individuals who've lodged the petition, if you're here in support of them, please raise your hand.
Against the bar.
Yep, against the bar.
Against the bar, raise your hand. 6. I see 12.
Okay.
Thank you.
And everybody who's here in support of the Mag at the Inn.
There's a number of persons here in support who are not sworn to testify. So would you like them all?
Yeah, we want everybody who's here in support, and we've sworn people in who are going to testify. We're going to get individuals' name and addresses for the record when they come up to testify.
We're here for the continuing operation of the inn.
I have 26. I'm going to count one more time. I saw 2 people I missed, so I've got 28.
Okay. And just to clarify, everybody has signed the sign-in sheet as well, right? Excellent. Sorry to say that 3 or 4 different times. You're missing the Mag at the Inn sign-in sheet? Is it? All right, bear with us for a second.
So, no.
Okay, and then,
Yeah, so anybody who is here to actually testify, if you could approach the desk. And we're going to have you give your name and address for the record, one at a time. Only if you were planning on testifying.
Excuse me, we're not beginning testimony.
no, not yet. We're just gonna get names and addresses.
Yep. Okay, so just one at a time. If you could just come up to the microphone and state your name and address for the record.
My name is Tyler Jones. Address is 511 Riverside Drive in Pasadena.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I did not catch that name.
Tyler Jones.
He's listed as one of the protestants.
Next page, I believe.
There he is, number 10. Thank you.
And if you could, when you give your name and address, just let us know if you're one of the protestants or in support of the inn, so we can just kind of keep it straight.
Todd Taylor, 550 Center Street, Pasadena, Maryland, 21122.
Thank you.
Catherine Viewig Taylor, 550 Center Street, Pasadena, Maryland, 21122.
Thank you.
Charles Matt Forsteg, 500 Riverside Drive, Pasadena.
And I'm sorry, you're in support of the protest?
No, against.
Against?
He's for the magazine.
Here for the.
Gotcha.
Teresa Thompson, 1481 Park Lane, Pasadena, for the magazine.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Wanda Higgs, 502 Riverside Drive, and I am protesting.
All right.
Mimi Schwartz, 317 Beach Avenue, and I'm protesting.
Thank you.
William Walther, 356 Riverside Drive, Pasadena, 21122. I'm against the protest.
Donna Wolf, 265 8th Street. I'm here for support of the magazine.
Dr. Cynthia Layton, 312 Riverside Drive, Pasadena, Maryland, and I am in support of the magazine.
Otis Layton, 312 Riverside Drive, Pasadena, here to support the magazine.
Perry Mahler, 1007 Fieldstone Place, Orchard Beach, Maryland, 21226.
In support of
Magathia.
Magathia.
Yes.
I'm Regina Miller, and I'm against the magazine.
Ms. Miller, we just need your address.
542 Center Street.
Thank you. And, sir?
Dion Panucci, 8111 Whites Cove Road, Pasadena, Maryland, 20122, in full support of the magazine.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who has not come forward? Okay, so. So.
We have two more.
Oh, okay.
They're going to move slow, but they're going to get there.
No, that's
Okay,
good, all right.
take your time.
Okay.
Can they just talk to me?
Yeah. You can give your information from right there if you'd like, or you can come up to the microphone.
Can you hear me if I talk now?
Yep, we got you.
Geraldine Hammond, Riverside Drive, 629 Riverside Drive, Pasadena, Maryland, against.
Thank you. Sir?
Give your name and address.
My name is Robert Hammond, and I live at 629 Riverside Drive.
Thank you.
My name is Sally Taylor. I am the original owner of 550 Center Street, and I presently live at 615 Banyan Avenue.
I'm sorry. What was that address?
Second one?
Yes.
615 Banyan Avenue. And my husband,
And Banyan Avenue is located where, ma'am? And you,
Yeah, and I'm the real property owner of 550.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and my husband, Kenneth Taylor, same two addresses.
Excellent.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that last name. Mr.
Ken Taylor.
Got it, thank you. So if you are here in support of the protest but do not plan on testifying, can you please stand up and identify yourself?
Just if you've signed the petition as a protestant and you have not identified yourself, we just want to make sure that we have an accurate count of the protestants that have all shown up. Has everybody identified themselves?
I believe all the people who were
excellent,
able to make
excellent.
it.
We just want to make sure we have an accurate record of everybody who showed
You
up.
should have 13, is that correct?
I'm at 10.
I have 10.
I'm sorry, you
10.
have, you have only 10?
I have 10.
Okay, then we're missing 3. And they're in the room, so
Okay.
could you please tell us how?
Okay, so I have Todd, I have Catherine, I have Ken Taylor, Sally Taylor, Wanda Higgs, Mimi Schwartz, Tyler Jones, Geraldine Hammond, Robert Hammond, and Regina Miller.
Who did you say?
3 more.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, these are.
Christy Miller, 542 Center Street, Pasadena, Maryland, 21122.
Thank you.
James Keller, 565 6th Street, Pasadena.
Keller?
Keller, yes.
Anna Keller, 565 6th Street, Pasadena, Maryland, 21122.
Mr. Keller, are you senior or junior?
Junior.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Glad we got through that exercise. Next is we are going to move forward with the procedure of this particular matter. As everybody's aware, this is a protest of renewal, and as such, the board hears those in the same manner that they hear an original license. Mr. Taylor, you can take a seat up here since you are the individual who's going to be presenting on behalf of the protestants. And since you are the individual who is actually here on behalf and you signed the petition, you're the individual who's going to be presenting the case, Mr. Taylor. Okay? That means that you're going to be the individual who has the ability to question any witnesses, present any evidence. I just want to be very clear that for the record, it's going to be your case. Okay?
Okay.
So, as I indicated, we are going to begin as if this was an application for a new license, which is the manner in which the board is required to hear this matter pursuant to the annotated code of Maryland. The way it'll work is Mr. Bittner will be able to present his client's case in chief, and the board will consider all of the documents that Mr. Bittner introduces into evidence, if they are brought forth into evidence, etc. Then, Mr. Taylor, you will have the opportunity to question Mr. Bittner's witnesses. Do it one at a time. I'm not sure how many witnesses Mr. Bittner may call, but you will have the opportunity to cross-examine or question, okay? After Mr. Bittner's case in chief is finished and after you've had the opportunity to cross-examine any witnesses, we're going to hear from the members of the public in support and in opposition, okay? After that, then we will turn the floor over to you to present your case. You can call witnesses, present evidence to the board, and then Mr. Bittner will have the opportunity to question all of your witnesses based on whatever exhibits come in and whatever evidence is presented before the board. We need to really make sure that we don't talk over each other. This is a contested hearing, so obviously there are a lot of emotions involved, but we need to keep a very accurate record in the event that there's an appeal of this matter, whatever the decision may be, okay? Transcript's going to be very important, okay? So before we get started, does anybody have any questions regarding the initial procedure and the outline? Nope? Okay. Hold on one second.
Mr. Praley, I don't believe we got Mr. Pace's and Mr. Bittner's name and address.
We're going to do that as soon as he presents his case. Additionally, we are also going to limit testimony from the members of the public in support or in opposition to 2 minutes due to the number of people who are here tonight. The board's rules and regulations allow for the chairman to limit testimony, and the chairman has conferred with me, and we're going to limit that to 2 minutes just due to the number of people that are here in support and in opposition. I believe that's all for ground rules. Next up Mr. Bittner, if you could state your name and address and tell us who your client is, and I understand there are a couple preliminary motions that we need to address.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Perry. Chairman Harris, members of the board, good evening. I'm Richard Bittner, B-I-T-T-N-E-R. I represent the licensees Harry and Paul Pash and Magathy Inn. And that is correct. There are a couple pending motions.
Okay.
I'll try to keep my voice up.
Okay, all right. Mr. Taylor, if you could just put your name and address on the record for us one last time, please.
Sure, it's Todd Taylor, 550 Center Street, Pasadena, Maryland, 21122.
Okay, and Mr. Taylor, Mr. Bittner has submitted 3 specific motions to the board. I understand that you had sent an email response to 2 of them. They are in order of submission. 1, a motion for the Board of License Commissioners to take administrative notice of their records for the Magathy Inn. 2, a motion to strike certain exhibits. And 3, a motion to dismiss the protest. You've received all 3 of those, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's take those one at a time. Do you have any opposition to the first motion, which is a motion for the Board of License Commissioners to take administrative notice of their records? Nope. All right, Mr. Bittner will grant that motion. So what that will mean is that the entirety of the Board of License Commissioners' records will be submitted into evidence. Second, the motion to strike protestants' exhibits. Mr. Bittner, do you want to be heard on that since you're the moving party, or do you want to submit on papers?
No, I would like to be heard.
Sure.
Concisely.
And we will let you guys have an opportunity to respond to the initial motion, okay?
And I'm sorry,
This is the motion to strike the exhibits.
So we're assuming the motion to dismiss is not granted, and we go forward. The threshold question is that the protestants have to establish a protest, a valid protest. But should they be able to establish a valid protest, the exhibits that they've submitted simply aren't relevant. We are here as if we were presenting for a new application, but the question of zoning has already been answered by the Department of Zoning. There's a valid zoning certificate in place for this location, just like there's a health department certificate, a fire department certificate, all the other prerequisites that the board requires to issue a license are in place. So the exhibits that have been filed largely go to zoning. Some of the exhibits go back to 1980 when my clients didn't even own the place. They're hearsay, they're unauthenticated, but most importantly, they're not relevant. There is, as I believe the board is aware, a letter dated March the 26th from the Department of Zoning to my clients alleging certain possible zoning violations. The liquor board doesn't adjudicate zoning violations. If, in fact, there is a zoning violation that isn't cured by my client, and under the regulations he has an opportunity to cure any alleged violation, then zoning certainly would notify you, and we'd be back here for a violation. But we're here on a new license. Basically, I submit under the requirements of 4210. The board has six certain matters they have to consider, as well as 5 reasons to deny a license. None of those documents go to that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bittner. Mr. Taylor?
Well, I would just like to start off with addressing Mr. Bittner's point about that he does not feel that zoning is relevant. I just want to quote an alcoholic beverages code. And the quote is essentially, a license or alcoholic beverages permit may not be issued for a premises unless the premises conform with all zoning regulations or ordinances passed in accordance with Division 1 of the Land Use Article. There is also a companion for this in the rules and regulations. So I think that essentially it does say that, the liquor board's licensing is very relevant to zoning. And there's other regulations as well that are very tied, into the zoning itself. So let me hear. So I know he was also citing that, the violation letter that essentially was sent to them in March 26th gives them a time to kind of correct it. And that's fine and great.
Objection, that's a mischaracterization. It's an alleged violation. Possible, I believe the term is possible violation.
Sure, and that's not even into evidence yet. We're just arguing over potential admissibility.
Sure. So I'd just like to speak to that by saying that essentially, while it is true that the zoning is basically characterizing this as a warning, they are doing it as a courtesy to allow him time to correct it. But what they have identified,
okay, it's noted.
That is of the April 26th, it will become a violation. And furthermore, what they're actually documenting.
Yeah, we are.
It's not accurate. If he's going to represent, he needs to be accurate and candid with the
And we're also starting to get
And
into
maybe-
the substance of an exhibit that's not into evidence right now. So just, Mr. Bittner's argument is certain exhibits should be excluded, and I believe, I don't want to take words out of your mouth, but I believe your argument is zoning is very relevant, the zoning is very appropriate. Is that correct? Do you have anything else that you want to add on this preliminary motion?
Objection, if he's handling the case.
He is handling the
and
case.
there's no discussion, comments at the.
Well, excuse me, can we have a co-chair? I mean, we are not just lay people. We are not.
Mr. Taylor, you're the one who signed the petition.
Yes,
it's your case to bring, unless you have an attorney who's with you to advise you. The board is required to stick to your presentation of the case. Okay. So is there anything else that you'd like to add on this?
Well, I'm just thinking here.
Sure.
I think that all of the things that we have cited in our protest, form are very relevant. They all connect to issues that are tied into the liquor license regulations themselves. I think that is sufficient.
If I may, zoning isn't mentioned in the petition.
Sure.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and deny the motion. We're going to listen to the entire case, and we'll take things individually as they come about, but as far as that particular motion goes, it's denied. Okay?
All right, and then last but not least, we have the motion to dismiss the protest. Mr. Bittner?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the protestants docketed a notice of protest of the license, purportedly under Code Section, ABC Code Section 4406 and Chapter 209 of the local regulations, the board's local rules, which submit are controlling local regulations, control over general regulations. Local Rule 2209C provides that the protestants must be property owners, residents in the precinct, in which the license is located. Now, even under Code Section, ABC Code Section 4406, it provides that the protestants must be residents in the immediate vicinity of the licensee. There's no showing in the petition that the persons who are here today are in fact either residents of the precinct or in the immediate vicinity. And I'll proffer to you, and we can elicit testimony if it's required, a number of the signers to the petition live not in the immediate vicinity. 565 6th Street is a half-mile away. That's 3 signers. 317 Beach is 1 mile away, 1 signer. 629 Riverside is 1.3 miles away, 2 signers. 137 10th Street, 1.2 miles away, 2 signers. We just heard in the taking of the oath that while Mr. and Mrs. Taylor own property They're not residents in the precinct, and they're not residents in the immediate vicinity. Now, that's important, members of the board, because the statutory scheme allowing a protest is designed to protect that immediate insular community that's around the establishment, so that if there is a problem that's unduly affecting the community, not one person, the community, that's a grounds to move a protest forward. And that's why the people have to be closely connected in space, residents. Why they can't be far away is the balancing scheme of the protest, so that people who live a great distance, who may be competitors or have an interest in some other establishment, just can't get together, band together, and try to put somebody out of business, which in fact is what this protest is really all about, or changing the business model. So there's no showing, number one, most respectfully, that the protestants are appropriate persons to make the protest. And most respectfully, the purported protest, as you just said, we have a discussion about zoning. You've admitted 100 pages of largely zoning documents. Zoning isn't pled as an issue in the protest. The word zoning doesn't exist in the protest. The protest, likewise, members of the board, does not mention any dates. It doesn't mention any times. It's just a bald allegation of non-conformance with liquor board and county regulations. No specifics. Neighborhood impact due to tavern traffic, overflow parking, and noise. Again, no reasonable grounds supporting of those allegations. And the fact, most respectfully, that the protest doesn't prima facie make out the standing of these persons to bring this protest, and nor does it give my client appropriate notice of what the issue is. And I'd ask you to end this proceeding right now and dismiss the protest.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bittner. Mr. Taylor.
Well, I'd first like to comment by saying, let me think if I can count this number here. We're looking at 4, 6, 7, 8. So there's at least 8 protesters who either own real property or reside within, 200 to 300 feet of the actual tavern itself. And all the other people that he named, that there's 1 mile to James Keller. That may be if you travel by road, but if you look at it as the crow flies, you're less than 1,000 feet to their property. They are literally through the woods, right there on the back end of the premise. So it is very close to them.
Okay. Anything else?
That is the main point with regards to essentially the protestants. I mean, I feel that essentially that we have valid ground here to proceed.
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to step up and say something first. You heard Mr. Fraley mention the fact that, Mr. Taylor, you're the protestant in this case. And I noticed that Mrs. Taylor has been passing notes to you. She cannot do that. So, Mrs. Taylor, if you would, I'm going to ask you to have a seat back in the general audience, okay? Thank you. Yeah, okay, and I'm also going to go ahead and take this moment to go ahead and deny that motion.
Thank you.
All right. Well, with that, Mr. Bittner, we'll turn it over to you. You can present your client's case by way of proffer. I'm sure there's going to be some sort of testimony. Any exhibits that you want to refer to, go right ahead, but we'll turn the floor over to you, okay?
Thank you very much. So initially, I want to move in, if I may, our exhibits previously filed and docketed with the board is titled 1 through 8.
Mr. Taylor, any objection to those exhibits?
I'm sorry.
Oh, sure.
Those are the exhibits. It's
Yes.
not a note.
No, it's quite all right.
No, the exhibits are not.
Yeah, any opposition to the exhibits that Mr. Bittner
To
is
his
moving?
testimony exhibits, no, I do not.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, those will be admitted.
Then simply as an aid to the board, and I apologize, I had a problem with the color copier, so I only have one copy. These are overhead photos. I haven't seen those previously. As an aid to the board, I move those in. Move them in as exhibits, 9 and 10.
Mr. Taylor, any objection to those being admitted? All right, those will be received, Mr. Bittner. And do we have these numbered?
Next, if the board please, I'd tender a motion to sequester any persons who are going to testify in this case.
Okay. Let me confer with the chairman really quickly on the motion to sequester.
Okay, Mr. Bittner, in reference to the sequestering request, I'm going to grant that. What that means is anybody who plans on testifying, we're going to ask you to please go out into the lobby, and then you'll be called in order to come in and testify. But you're not going to be allowed to stay seated during that part of the hearing. So anybody that feels that they're going to be testifying, I'm going to ask you to please step out into the hall, and we will call you when it's time to come back in.
Yeah, we'll call it. We'll make sure that each and every witness is given proper opportunity to come back in.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, maybe the witnesses be further instructed not to talk about the case amongst themselves or to listen to the proceedings. I don't know if they have it mic'd up outside.
Let's make sure that
they
it's
look at it on their phones.
Let's make sure.
Yeah, Eddie.
And Eddie, you could let them know that they're not to speak about the case with each other. Okay, we're gonna put a couple inspectors outside also. All right, Mr. Ford, could you make a note of which inspectors are going out to the, just put it on the record, please.
Mm-hmm.
And if you could just put the names on the record of the inspectors. that went.
Yes, Inspector Marshall, Pelletier, and Montaigne are outside in the lobby.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay, and Deputy Chief Ralston, when you get a moment, would you please instruct those 3 inspectors that if they do find that they're talking, for them to come in and let us know about the case, of course. Thank you.
All right, so I assume everybody who's left in here is not planning on testifying tonight, correct? Perfect. All right.
Okay. All in the affirmative.
Mr. Bittner.
Yes, thank you. If I may remain seated.
Sure.
And
Mr. Bittner, if you could put the microphone a little bit closer, please. Thank you.
but just by way, if I may, very brief opening statement. And then I'll, with the board's permission, move into a proffer as to what I believe are the most important issues both to the community and to the board. The board is charged with looking at the 4 210 factors, ABC Article 4 210 factors, that both requires the board to consider certain factors before granting a license, and then to consider additional factors which, if found, would warrant a denial of the license. And we're here, factor 4210A5, which is the impact of the license on the health, safety, and welfare of the community, including issues relating to crime, traffic, parking, and convenience. And then to deny the license, if you find that the granting of the license, the authorized operation, would unduly disturb the peace of the residents, plural. And I think what you're going to hear, members of the board, is that this is an establishment, your records reflect, has been in existence in this community at its present location since 1940. My clients have had it since 1988. Paul, the son, been operating it primarily since the early 90s. And your records will reflect that from June of 1991 until June of 2022, there were no complaints about this establishment. No violations lodged, even lodged, none were found.
Excuse me, Mr. Bittner, what were those dates again?
June the 11th, 1991, until June the 12th of 2022. And this, Mr. Chairman, I've taken from the comprehensive report contained in your files that where it lists violations.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure how the objection. Go ahead.
It's his opening statement.
Sure,
And
sorry.
you're going to have the
I apologize.
opportunity to question any witnesses. You're going to have the opportunity to ask about particular pieces of evidence. But we really want to make sure that we don't talk over each other and we keep the record clear. Okay? All right. Thanks, Mr. Taylor. Go ahead, Mr. Bittner.
And then I believe what you will see, members of the board, is that in 2022, unfortunately, a small cadre of complainers took up residence in the neighborhood and have complained literally about everything. And we all know in a modern society, every complaint is not vindicated at law. The evidence, I believe, will show that this establishment is needed and desired by the public. It does not affect any other existing license holders. And if I may move into my proffer at this time.
Sure.
We've submitted close to 400 separate signatures from persons in the immediate general area as well as extended Pasadena and even some from further who indicate their desire and need for the license. You have letters as well in support from Cynthia Layton, that's Exhibit 1, Lauren Zahn, Exhibit 2, Jeffrey Combs, Exhibit 6, Wayne McKinsey, Exhibit 5, out of order, who indicate a strong desire for this establishment. They also note that this establishment is integral in the community, that the inn is used for all type of celebrations, birthday parties, baptisms, funerals, retirements, and that's where the community comes to gather. And they've been doing that since 1940, and they've been doing it under the watch of the Passage family since 1988. There's no other existing licenses in close proximity. The closest is the Irish pub about 3 miles down Magathy Breach Road. So there's no effect on any existing licenses. This license, I submit to you most respectfully, is unique in the services that it provides. It's really a throwback institution. It's small in its capacity. The owner lives right next door, literally, same lot. I don't even know it's the same address, isn't it?
The same address.
Same address. So he lives a wall away from his business. It hosts community events. It's hosted the Neighborhood Improvement Association, as in to say, all type of activities for the community. So it is unique in what it provides and what it does. You'll hear, and I believe you've seen already in the exhibits, that this is a place where persons are comfortable to take all generations. I'll proffer to you, you'll hear testimony from one of the managers that just last week, she held her father's 90th birthday party at the inn, and there with her and her husband were the great-grandchildren and grandchildren of her father. minors, and they were there safely enjoying the community. Testimony I'll present on number 5, the impact on the community. It's probably best you hear that directly from the persons who are closer to that. And of course, the board's charged to consider any other relevant factor. You're charged with denying a license if the license is not necessary to accommodate the public. And I'll proffer to you that clearly this license is necessary to accommodate the public. If it wasn't accommodating the public, it would not have been operated successfully since 1940 and by this family since 1988. The petitions bear out that the community wants this license and they need it to accommodate the public because it's more than just the service of alcoholic beverages that go on at this establishment. And certainly the board is well aware this is a tavern license, a Class D license, and the board is well aware that a tavern license throughout history, particularly in Anne Arundel County, tavern licenses have been the focal point of the community quite often, and particularly they were when they were throwbacks like this type of establishment. Taverns were a place the founding fathers ate and drank, the founding fathers slept. It were places where trade was undertaken, local issues discussed. And while it's not quite that extensive in the Magathy Inn, that's what goes on in the Magathy Inn. People come together, they sit, they talk, they share, and they enjoy in a manner that the vast majority of the community supports and feels is appropriate. I don't believe there's any issue in 4210B little 2 that Mr. Pash and his father are anything but fit and proper persons to receive the license. The application's been filed truthfully and correctly. There's no fraud in the application. So those issues, if the board please, submit for your consideration under proffer, and I don't believe there's any issue. Haven't heard anything, haven't seen anything, I should say, that was alleged that was any type of issue by the protestants. Reading as best we could their allegations, it appears more to go to the operation, the effect on the community. With that proffer, if the board please, I'll call my first witness.
Yes, sir. Witnesses are fine.
May I retrieve the witness?
Yes, absolutely. And Mr. Bittner, when the witness approaches, make sure we get name and address for the record.
Sure.
Thank you.
Deputy Chief Alston.
Oh.
If you could just let another name.
Charles Matthew Borstad.
Excuse me, can I ask a question? We were prompted there was going to be an OPZ memo here tonight. We have not received.
Hold on, I'm sorry.
I'm looking for, one of the things that was supposed to be provided at this hearing tonight was an OPZ memo.
I don't know where that information came from, but I don't. Okay.
Where do you want? Mr. Chairman, where would you like me to testify from?
That's good.
Test.
Name and address, sir.
Charles Matthias Forsteg. I go by Matt, and my address is 500 Riverside Drive.
Mr. Forsteg, how long have you lived at 500 Riverside Drive?
It's a little over 12 years now.
And how far is 500 Riverside Drive from the Magathy Inn?
I guess if you ran a measuring tape, it'd probably be about 100 feet from the end of my driveway to Paul's mailbox.
Catty corner across the street? Is
Correct.
that to be accurate?
Yeah.
Do you patronize the Magathy Inn?
I do.
And what is your impression of how the Magathie Inn is operated?
I like the Magathie Inn. It's very affordable. There's a lot of neighbors there. It's a great gathering place, especially if you've been out at night and you don't want to drink. I come home, park the car, go over to the Magathie and have a drink afterwards. It's perfect. And everybody there is nice.
Have you ever seen the inn operated in any manner that would cause a disturbance to the public?
Actually, I can say in my 12 years, I've never seen a disturbance to the public. I've occasionally, heard of them, but the only time I've ever seen the police there is when Frank died.
Now, you have a particular habit, as I understand it, of walking your dog every evening around 10 p.m.?
Yes, I do, every night.
And do you have occasion when you walk your pet every day at 10 p.m. to go by the Magathie Inn?
I do.
And have you ever noticed anything that gave you any concern that the inn was adversely affecting the health, safety, welfare of the community?
No, I think it actually increases the safety of the community.
Can you explain that, please?
Well, it's just the regular traffic, right? In a quiet neighborhood, there's no traffic late in the evening, so you're more likely to have, burglaries and so forth. I've never heard of one in our area, and I think the Magathie has a lot to do with that because there's constant traffic till a much later hour than if the inn wasn't there. And I see that, and I see that traffic at night, and I can tell you, I think it's a good thing. I feel very safe at night. And
does the traffic in any way affect negatively your health, safety, welfare, or enjoyment of your property at 500 Riverside Drive, Pasadena?
No, not at all. I think it's very peaceful at night.
Do you need the Magathie Inn? Do you believe the Magathie Inn at its current location with its current license and privileges is needed to accommodate the public?
I do. I think it brings a lot of social opportunity to the neighborhood, especially within walking distance, which I really enjoy. I've always had a good time there.
Do you believe that the inn to this point has been operated in a manner so as to not negatively affect the health, safety, or welfare of the community?
I could say absolutely. I think Paul works very hard to make sure. In fact, first time I ever met Paul, he came to me and said, "Hey, I know we're neighbors. If you ever have an issue, if you ever have a concern, please bring it to me. I'll do everything I can to address it."
That's all the questions that I have for Mr. Vorstead.
Mr. Taylor, questions?
Sure. So let me see here. So first of all, I'd like to ask Matt, because I know exactly where he lives. How much of the bar is visible from your house? When you look at the bar, how much of it can you see?
It's a compound question.
Just one question at a time, Mr. Taylor.
Okay. How much of the bar is visible from your house?
Like percentage-wise?
Yes, that'll be sufficient.
15%, 20%?
15%? Okay, and what is blocking that?
A tree in your house.
Okay, right, my house. So essentially, would you say that our house may be serving as a sound barrier, preventing you from experiencing some of the sound noises?
I would say
Objection basis of knowledge is not qualified to offer that opinion.
I think he asked just could you repeat your question one more time, Mr. Taylor?
Sure. Can you hear sound from your house? You said you could not. Is that correct?
I don't hear sound from my house.
Okay. And can you see how our house is serving as a sound barrier, protecting your house from noise on the other side?
Same objection.
Overruled.
I would say it would apply when I'm in my house. It wouldn't apply when I'm out walking.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Now let me ask you, where does your wife work?
My wife is currently
Objection
unemployed.
relevancy.
No, I think it's very relevant.
Wasn't a matter
Hold on
inquired and
Hold on one
directed.
second.
It's
Hold on one
not
second.
relevant.
Oh, I think it's very relevant.
Okay, well, we'll give him a little bit of leeway. Go ahead. You can re-ask your question, Mr. Taylor.
My wife is actually currently unemployed, but if you're referring to the fact
Question's been answered.
Huh?
Okay. Where was your wife last employed?
Again.
Overruled. Overruled.
I mean, I answered or not?
Yeah, you can answer
Yes,
it.
you can answer.
Okay, she worked part-time at the Magathie Inn.
Okay. And how long has she worked there?
Well, on and off. I think she's quit a couple times because we were supposed to have moved a couple times, but would say on and off, probably 3 years.
So she worked there for 3 years. And what was her position there?
She was a bartender.
So was that all that she was? Did she have a more, proper title or role in the bar?
No.
Has she ever been identified as a manager?
No.
Okay. So let me also ask you, let's see where. Now, are you aware of any sort of areas on the premise which would not necessarily be qualified for license, for a liquor?
Objection.
If you know.
I have no idea.
Should I restate that
No,
question?
I asked him if he knows the answer, he could say, and he said he has no idea.
Okay. Okay. So has Paul ever told you essentially what the zoning footprint is, or anything that he's built out with or without permits?
We've never discussed it.
Okay. So does Paul share information about essentially what parts of the premises are actually, allowed by licenses?
Asked and answered.
We've never discussed it. I have no idea.
Okay.
Why would we?
Sure. Okay. Nope.
Anything else, Mr. Taylor?
Nope, that is so.
Any rebuttal questions, Mr. Bittner?
Thank you, very briefly. So when you're out walking your dog every night around 10 o'clock, for 12 years, you've never heard any noise that disturbs you emanating from the Magathy Inn?
Other than people coming and going in their cars occasionally. It was so quiet the other night. If I could indulge you with a quick story, I thought this was really cool. There was an owl in the tree above the Magathy, and it was so quiet, and the parking lot was full, that I was able to actually pull out a little app that identifies bird calls, so I could plug it in, and it would tell me exactly which owl it was. It was fascinating. And then I could play it back. And so as I'm walking my dog through the neighborhood, the owl's flying from like tree to tree following me. And this was, the parking lot was full. I could hear that owl like he was standing next to me. It was pretty cool.
When your wife was employed at the Magathy Inn, did you have any concerns for her safety while she was working there?
No.
Did you have any concerns that her employment there was somehow contributing to a disquiet in the neighborhood?
No, I was quite aware of the concern of the entire staff at making sure that noises are not a problem. In fact, a couple times I walked the parking lot at night just to make sure there wasn't too much noise, and I never experienced it.
Thank you. That's all the redirect I have.
Any follow-up questions just based on that redirect question line?
Yes, I do have one, and that kind of goes to, so you're saying that your wife is safe. Well, what about, have you heard
Form of
anything
the
about
question.
this? I'm sorry.
Let's just, if you have any questions just based on that line of questioning.
Yes, well, it's more about that he was speaking to the safety, so I just wanted to ask a question, is he aware of, anyone else's safety in the neighborhood being in danger as a result of the Magathy Inn? Have you heard of any of the neighbors having, being endangered or being intimidated or being threatened or having any sort of risk to their personal safety as a result of the Magathy Inn or its management?
Not that I can recall, no.
Anything else, Mr. Taylor? Okay. Mr. Bittner, next witness.
Thank you. Next witness would be Teresa Thompson. If Mr. Bogstam is not going to be called, I don't expect to call him in any rebuttal. Can he stay in?
Are you planning on calling Mr. Bogston, Mr. Taylor, as a witness?
Mr. Bogston? No.
The guy who just testified, the individual just testified, you're not planning on calling him? Yeah, he can stay in.
Thompson.
And Mr. Bittner, do you know how many witnesses you have?
I have 8 prepped.
Okay.
Including the licensee.
Okay.
Am I here?
You're here. Ma'am, would you, you've been sworn, and would you state your name, please?
Teresa Thompson.
And your address?
1481 Park Lane, Pasadena.
And Ms. Thompson, where are you employed?
Magathie Inn.
And what is your capacity there?
I'm the manager.
And how often, well, first off, how long have you been the manager?
2 years.
It's my understanding that the inn is open 365 days a year, is that right?
Yes, it is.
That you provide an opportunity at the inn when what might be for most of us otherwise a happy time or a holiday, and you keep open for those who may not have that opportunity, is that right?
Yes, we have a lot of older customers who, if they don't have anywhere to go on Christmas or Thanksgiving, they know they can come to the bar.
So it's my understanding that you go to the inn, you're generally there every morning at 9 o'clock. You're responsible for the ordering, the staffing, just the general business management of the inn, is that right?
Yes, it is.
And that you stay on site until the next barkeep comes on to relieve you?
Yes.
It's my understanding as well that you also will work if you have special events.
Yes, I will.
And tell the board the type of special events that the Magathie Inn hosts.
Well, we do birthday parties, wakes, baby showers, bridal showers. Twice a month I try to have live music, which is just one guy playing a guitar, and if that guy is there playing, I stay until, I have him from 6 to 9, and I will stay until 9:30, 10 o'clock. There will be a bartender on duty. I will police the parking lot. I will police the smoking area, make sure everything's good with parking and with the noise.
Now, let's talk about some of those issues you just touched on. What are some of the rules regarding language that are mandated at the end?
Okay, so every time a new customer comes in that we've never seen before, we say the Magathie Inn has rules. We have a speech for them. You are not allowed to say the F word in the Magathie Inn. We tell them that we are a neighborhood bar and that you have to respect the neighbors, and if you are outside, you have to be quiet. If you're in the smoking area, you have to be quiet. I kind of joked about making the smoking area like a speakeasy. When you're out here, please just speak low because we do have neighbors and we are close to them.
And is signage posted in the establishment reminding patrons?
On every door that leads outside, yes.
Now, the outside, you mentioned the smoking area, and there's another area of outside service been referred to as a beer garden.
It's not a beer garden, it's our smoking area. There is no outside service. You can carry your beer out into the smoking area, but you cannot order a beer out there. That's not allowed.
Now, the outside area has music speakers, does it not?
Yes, it does. It has one.
Thank you, one speaker. And it's my understanding that the volume, the decibel is set to 30?
25 to 30, and it is on the back of the remote control that will not go past 30, ever.
It's my understanding that you have one television?
Yes.
Both the speaker and the television sound are cut off at 10, and in fact, the outside service is prohibited after 10, is that right?
The smoking area is closed at 10 o'clock.
No one goes out there to
No,
smoke?
we lock the doors and bar them. They cannot get out to the smoking area after 10 o'clock.
Now, it's my understanding that recently the establishment has installed cameras out in that area?
There's 2 cameras in the smoking area, yes.
And who monitors them?
Paul does at home.
And they're also, I understand, the feed goes into your
In my computer, yes.
Is there a noise meter outside?
Yes, there is. There is a minute noise meter on the back fence. If the noise level gets above 65 decibels, Paul will get an alert on his phone and I will get an alert on the computer. That has never happened.
Now, it's my understanding that though the noise meter as well as the camera, and you mentioned some fencing at the back near Mr. Taylor's property, that they were all recently installed by the owner. Is that
The
right?
cameras have been there for a while. The noise meter, I think, has been there for about a year. The liquor board did come out and wanted us to walk around with our phones in the parking lot to detect the noise, and we found this monitor online, and we bought that instead, and it'll alert us if it gets above 65 decibels.
And you said that's never happened?
No, it has not.
Now, aside from being the manager of the Magothy Inn, do you patronize the establishment socially?
Yes, I do.
And tell the board in what ways you visit socially.
2 to
And
3
with
times a week, my husband and I will go in and have a drink.
Now, does your husband have any issue with you working in the Magothy Inn?
No, he does not.
Is there any concern for your safety?
No.
Type of clientele the Magothy Inn attracts?
No.
What's the type of clientele the Magothy Inn attracts?
It's like we're like a family. I mean, everybody knows everybody. And everybody likes everybody. We all just get along and have a good time.
And would it be accurate to say that the vast majority, approximately 90% of the establishment comes from the local area in the greater 21122 area of Pasadena?
Yes.
But it's also accurate that you have a number of patrons who will come to the inn because they like the atmosphere and they live in the Glen Burnie area, Severna Park area.
Yes.
In fact, Mr. Paul Page, sorry, Mr. Perry Mahler is a regular patron of the inn, is he not?
Yes, he is.
And he used to live in the neighborhood, moved out to Orchard Beach, but still comes back.
Yes. Frequently.
Years. Paul, last warning, you can't say anything, sir.
I apologize.
Do you visit the establishment with your children and grandchildren?
Yes, I do.
And your grandchildren are minors?
Yes.
Have any concern about their safety?
No.
The atmosphere?
No.
Ever been any issues?
No.
Concerning their safety, their atmosphere?
No.
Now, obviously you're employed at the inn. But
yes.
Tell us how you feel the inn is operated, and specifically, what does the inn do to make sure that it's not operated in a manner to cause any disturbance to the public?
On Saturday nights, I put 2 bartenders on, so one can police the parking lot and the smoking area. If I know it's going to be crowded, I always have an extra bartender to do that. Paul's always policing it at home on his computer. We do coat drives, food drives, toy drives. One thing I can say, we didn't have much time to prepare for this hearing, and I never put anything out on social media or anything. What I did is I told our customers that I knew that lived in the neighborhood, I said, look, our license is getting protested. We need to, can you tell your neighbors? The outpouring of the Magothy Beach neighborhood that came to the bar to sign, you have the papers that they signed. It was unbelievable. It was very heartwarming. People that didn't even come to the bar said, this bar's been here a long time, we like it, and it's, where do I sign? And it was every day, 4 or 5, 6 people a day.
To that end, bring to the board's attention and note exhibits 3, 4, 7, and 8 that contain the petitions. There's 2 types of petitions. One, attesting to the need to the license to accommodate the public, and that it would not be operated in a manner that would unduly affect the health, safety, welfare of the community. By my count, that's over 400 signatures. Then there's a separate petition attesting to the environment, if you would, the operating manner of the establishment, and that's 334 signatures by my count. I don't have any other questions for Ms. Thompson.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bittner. Mr. Taylor.
Yes, so I'd like to ask, first of all, how many bartenders are working simultaneously at any given shift? Is it just one bartender? I'm sorry, that's a double question.
We have one bartender during the day. Paul's next door with his computer. I'm sometimes there. At night on weekends, we usually have two, and if I have an event, we have two.
Okay, and how many bartenders are stationed outside in the outside area? I know that you have like a counter in the back. Are bartenders ever stationed there?
No, we do not serve alcohol in the smoking area.
Are staff ever stationed there?
We police it.
What does that mean?
We go out every 20 minutes and make sure everything's okay out there. If Paul sees an issue on the computer, he will call and we will go out and handle it.
So can you define for me what an issue would look like?
If somebody got loud, he said, they're getting a little loud out there, can you go quiet them down? But yet the minute thing did not go off.
Okay. The what thing did not go off?
Our decimal sound meter.
Okay. So, and the decimal meter, that basically would give you a reading of 65 decibels, if that's what I've understood that you look for, is whether or not it meets 65 decibels or higher. Is that correct?
If it's over 65 decibels, it'll give us an alert, and we've never got the alert.
Are you aware that the Anne Arundel County noise regulation requires that anything that's heard from 50 foot is a presumed violation?
I was just going over what the liquor board asked us to do, and that's what I did.
Sure. And has the liquor board ever instructed you personally, since you are the manager, essentially what the Anne Arundel County noise regulation is?
They told me it was 68 decibels. That's why we set it to 68 decibels. 65? Excuse me, 65.
Okay. So one of the things I noticed that you stated is that you will kind of police different areas, right? So you said that you've not heard any sort of complaints, at different times. So have you ever tried to establish a relationship or communication with any of the nearby neighbors to see if they had a problem?
No.
Okay. Have any of the nearby neighbors ever called you to complain about noise levels?
Yes.
Okay. And what would happen? What would be the instructions that your staff was trained for some of these calls?
It wasn't noisy, so, you have been calling the bar for a while now. How do I answer this? Because it's them that are calling.
I'm sorry, it's never what?
It's usually you or your wife calling the bar to complain. And the one time she complained and she said, I'm sitting in my living room, I can hear it, and I was just out in the smoking area, and I couldn't hear it out there, so with the door closed, so I don't know how she could hear it in her living room.
Do you have expertise in sound? Do you know?
He asked the question.
I was standing outside in the smoking area.
Sure.
I couldn't hear it, so how can she hear it in her house in the living room?
Well, you're standing on one side of the property, right? And she would be standing on a different side, and the sound can
I was standing where the music was.
Mr. Taylor, let's make sure we just go
Sure.
back to questions.
Sure. So with regards to that, are you a sound expert?
No, I am not.
Okay. Okay. So going back to the 65 decibel, so you've never received any instructions from the liquor board identifying to you that a noise violation in Anne Arundel County is 50 feet. If you can hear it from 50 feet, it is considered to be a presumable violation.
Objection, ask and answer.
No,
I don't think we got an answer last time, but you can answer if you know.
The liquor board came out, told us what we needed to do, we did it. We walked around with our phones for the decimal reading. We thought, okay, well, let's get this thing. We got the minute. If it goes off, yes, we'll address it, but.
Okay. Well, I'm just simply looking for clarity because essentially
They
Not a
never told me
question.
about the 50 foot.
Wait for a question.
Okay,
Ms.
sorry.
Thompson.
Okay. So I have no further questions for.
Okay. Mr. Bittner, follow up?
All of your bartenders, their TIPS TAMs alcohol awareness certified?
Yes, they are.
And that's all the questions.
Okay. Mr. Taylor, anything on that one question? Okay. Next witness.
Perry Mowler.
And Mr. Taylor, are you planning on calling Ms. Thompson as a witness?
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, what's her first name?
Teresa.
Teresa.
The manager
No,
just
I'm not.
testified.
Okay.
Can she stay in?
Yep, absolutely.
Sir, would you state your name and your address?
Perry Mahler, 1007 Fieldstone Place, Orchard Beach, Maryland, 21226.
Sir, how are you acquainted with the Magathie Inn?
I frequent the Magathie Inn occasionally when I'm in the country.
And how long have you been frequenting the Magathie Inn?
The Magathie Inn, since 1986 when Harry bought it.
Now,
It's 87, 86 sometime.
Now, it's my understanding while you live in Orchard Beach, you grew up in Magathie Beach.
Well, actually, I grew up in Orchard Beach, but I had two homes in
Magathie Beach?
Yeah, well, Chelsea Beach and Magathie, yeah.
And you still own property there?
No.
No? Now, on the occasions that you've frequented the Magathie Inn, what would be your general impression of how the inn was operated?
I like a family establishment. I mean, we have wakes there, showers, weddings.
Does the inn undertake any charitable activities?
Oh, yeah, many.
Can you describe some of those activities for the board?
Toys for Tots. The little church up the street is a big one that we have fundraisers for them. I say we because I've been frequenting that place for so many years. I'm like a trustee, to be honest with you.
I believe you described it to me as a kind of a community center. Would that be accurate?
Well, we don't have a town hall or anything in the beach, so and the Magathie Inn doesn't charge anyone if they want to have a wake or something like that.
And it's my understanding that in the recent past, the Improvement Association, the Magathie Beach Association, had used the Magathie Inn for meetings.
That's correct.
It's my understanding you attended some of those meetings in the past.
In the past.
Now, when you've been a patron at the Magathie Inn all those times, over all those years, have you ever witnessed any disturbances or issues, occurrences that caused a disturbance to the public's safety, quiet enjoyment?
Never.
Do you believe that the Magathie Inn is needed to accommodate the public?
It's an essential part of the community.
And why is that?
Well, I mean, if you lose a loved one or you're home alone, you got no place to go because they're open every day of the year, just to say Thanksgiving, Christmas. But if you're lonely, you got somebody to talk to.
And you feel safe and welcome there, is that right?
Absolutely.
Have you ever noticed that in all the times that you've frequented the Magathie Inn, that it has been operated in such a fashion that it negatively affected the health, safety, or welfare of the community?
On the contrary, it's an asset to the community.
I have no other questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bittner. Mr. Taylor,
I have no questions.
Okay. And based on the fact that you have no questions, I assume you're not planning on calling him as a witness?
That is correct.
Okay.
Dr. Cynthia Layton. Layton. Doctor, if you would state your name, title, and address, please.
Yes, Dr. Cynthia Layton. I'm at 312 Riverside Drive, Pasadena, Maryland.
And it's my understanding you're a doctor of psychology.
Yes.
And how long have you resided at 312 Riverside Drive?
I've been there since 1997.
And it's my understanding that's about 4 blocks away from the Magathy Inn?
Correct.
And do you patronize the Magathy Inn?
Yes, I do.
And how often would you say you visit?
About 2 or 3 times a week. Can I tell you why?
Please.
It's my home away from home, and it is also where my extended family is.
It's a place you feel comfortable?
Absolutely.
It's my understanding you often are there with your husband, Otis?
Yes.
You ever observed any fighting at the Magathy Inn?
Never.
You ever experienced foul language?
Never. There's a rule.
And what is that rule?
The rule is there's no foul language in the Magathy Inn.
Could you tell the board your impression of how the inn is operated?
To me, the inn is operated in a very professional manner. Like I said, there's no foul language allowed. They do not put up with any fighting. If anyone's fighting, they're put out. They probably will never come back again. Mr. Paul here doesn't put up with any of that at all. And I have seen people barred and they are never allowed back in the bar, ever.
Now, Dr. Layton, in addition to living in the neighborhood, it's my understanding that you're serving as the treasurer of the Magathy Beach Improvement Association currently, is that right?
Yes, I am.
And the association has not taken any position opposing the continued operation of the inn, have they?
No, we do not do any thing like that at all.
Do you believe that the Magathy Inn is needed to accommodate the public?
Yes, I do, especially the people in the community. There's a lot of things that go on there. There are birthday parties, there are wakes, there are showers, there are so many events that the Magathy Inn allows us to have there with no cost to anyone. I've go there a lot. One of the reasons I really go there a lot is because that's where I find out what's going on in the community, whether there's someone ill, whether someone passed away that, I may not be aware of unless I go there. It's not just an extended family. We all love each other very much. If we have people that have kids, they're selling some type of a raffle. I just had someone approach me today. My daughter is on the softball team. Can you help? Absolutely. And we give money. We all support everybody's families, everybody's children. We do whatever we can to help people in the community.
Ma'am, based on your experiences at the Magathy Inn over all these recent years, do you believe that the current operation of the Magathy Inn with its current privileges does not negatively affect the health, safety, or welfare of the community?
No, they do not.
And again, do you believe that the inn, with its current license and current privileges, is needed to accommodate the public?
I would hate to see it go, but I mean, it's up to the liquor board, but that is a lot of people's place to go for their friendship, for people to, there are a lot of people that I know, they don't have any family, and they can go there and have people to talk to. They have people to confide into. I've had people confide in me because of my psychology.
No other questions?
Mr. Taylor.
Yes, so you were talking about that there's a no foul language policy that's enforced inside, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you sit outside at all in the, the smoking area or whatever they call it?
Occasionally I do.
Okay. So that's very rare for you, is that correct?
To be outside?
Yes, outside in the,
No, I go out there periodically.
okay. Do you sit out there for any sort of extended period of time?
Yes, especially if I'm out talking to somebody that I know.
And do you see staff out there monitoring them on a constant basis?
I do
as to
see
what
people
are-
come out.
Sure, periodically.
I can
Maybe she may
also
be allowed to
I can
finish her
also
answer.
tell you that there are people like myself that if I hear someone using foul language, I will go inside and tell one of the staff that someone is speaking in bad language, and they will correct it.
Okay. Let's see. So now you said that there's a lot of people from the neighborhood who attend. When you say the neighborhood, what is your definition of neighborhood?
Basically the community.
But I mean, are you referring specifically to Magathy Beach?
Magathy Beach. Some of them in Chelsea
exclusively.
Beach.
Okay, and some in Chelsea
Yes.
Beach.
I'm sorry to interrupt you both, but we got to make sure we don't talk over each other just because of the record. We've got the stenographer who needs to make sure we have an adequate record.
Sure.
So let's just give it a little bit of time in between the question and the answer.
And what percentage of the patrons that attend the Magathy Inn are from the neighborhood?
I really could not answer that. I don't know the percentage.
But you recognize the people who are from the neighborhood, right?
Yes, I do.
So when you typically attend, how do you, essentially, are you able to identify everyone who's from the neighborhood? Or essentially...
I pretty much can identify people from the neighborhood.
Okay. So when you go into the bar, right, and you see people that you can identify from the neighborhood, what percentage of the total, population of the bar do they make up?
I don't really think I can answer that because I don't know, how many people are in the bar.
Sure.
Or
What percentage-wise would you say? I mean, would you say it's the majority?
I would say half of the people in the bar are in the community.
Okay. Okay. And that's all I have for the moment.
All right, thanks, Mr. Taylor. Mr. Bittner, no
No,
questions?
thank you.
Okay. Mr. Taylor, are you planning on calling Dr. Layton as a witness?
No, I'm not.
Okay, great. You can remain in the room, ma'am, if you want to.
Thank you.
The board, please, Donna Wolf would be our next witness. Donna Wolf.
Deputy Chief, if you want to sit down in this front seat in the corner here, you're welcome to. Okay.
Ma'am, if you would state your name and address, please.
Donna Wolf, 265 8th Street, Pasadena, 21122.
And 265 8th Street, how far away is that from the
About-
Magathy Inn?
About 2 streets.
Now, addition to being a neighbor 2 streets away from the Magathy Inn, you're also employed there, is that right?
Correct.
And how long have you been employed at the Magathy Inn?
18 years.
And what's your current schedule?
Every Friday night, and then I fill in when necessary, also there for special events.
And what type of special events are held at the Magathy Inn?
Birthday parties, weddings, wakes, anything and everything.
In your experience, let me ask you this, do you patronize the Magathy Inn when you're not working?
A couple times a year, not that often. I work a full-time job as well.
Okay. And when you patronize the inn, who usually accompanies you?
Myself.
Okay. And you don't have any concerns about going to the inn as a single woman or an unattached woman, because I know you're married?
No, not at all. I don't even have concerns walking out at night at 2 o'clock in the morning.
That's the kind of neighborhood it is.
Yes,
Safe, quiet.
correct.
Now, you know, and your family has no concerns about your employment at the Magathie Inn? Is
No,
that
my
right?
husband grew up in that neighborhood, actually patronized the bar back in the day. And if he didn't feel that I was safe there, I wouldn't be working there.
And of course, you're an employee, a longtime employee. You're close to the operation of the establishment. How would you characterize the operation of the inn?
It's run well.
And what do you mean by that?
We don't take no crap. We pretty much, do what we need to do to keep our customers in line. Our one rule is that no F-bomb. And as soon as one comes out someone's mouth and I hear it, I'm on them. I mean, we keep everything I keep everything straight to the arrow.
And of course, that foul language, because you have the Ravens and the Orioles on the TV all the time, that just happens.
Occasionally, yes.
Very occasionally. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
You know that in the recent past, the Community Association has used the Magathie Inn as a meeting place.
Correct.
Magathie Inn has undertaken food drives, toy drives, coat drives.
Correct.
You've all participated and helped facilitate that.
Yes, sir.
In your tenure as an employee there, have you ever witnessed issues that would cause a disturbance to the public?
No.
Do you believe that the inn, with its current license and privileges, is needed to accommodate the public?
Yes.
Do you believe that the inn, with its current license and privileges, is being operated in a manner that does not negatively affect the health, safety, welfare of the community?
I do.
No other questions?
Okay. Mr. Taylor.
Okay, so I'd first of all like to start off with the very last question that he addressed to you, and that he asked you if you felt it essentially impacted any members of the neighborhood. So, are you aware of any sort of noise complaints that have been filed directly with the Magathie Inn?
No.
You've never heard any noise complaints?
No. All I know is that sometimes that the liquor board's been in because someone has called for noise complaints, but I've heard. I haven't had any inspectors in on my shift.
Well, forgetting about the inspectors, has there ever been any sort of protocol that essentially, that maybe you've been told a specific policy or procedure to follow if specific people call in to kind of identify that there may be some sort of noise issue?
No.
Okay. So let me ask you some of the other questions. So how many bartenders typically work at the same time?
On Friday nights, it's just one.
Okay.
Saturday nights, there's two. Every other night, there's one. So
Okay.
Sunday through Friday, it's one. Saturdays, there's two.
Okay. So, and when you're working, how does that bartender essentially monitor the entire premise since there's only one person working?
I've done it for 18 years.
Sure. I mean, but what do? Do you leave like, for example, if you were going to go outside to monitor the parking lot or the back area, would you leave the indoor area, unattended and go out back or go out into the parking lot?
No.
You would not?
I go out to the front deck and I look to make sure there's nothing going on, and then I run back in.
Okay. And how frequently do you do these checks?
Usually about every half an hour.
Okay. Okay. So now, with regards to noise and things of that nature, are you also involved in the monitoring of that?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you enforce or identify noise issues?
Well, I mean, with the jukebox playing, I don't turn it up above a certain number because
Sure.
of that reason. And then on the outside, we turn it down by 10 o'clock.
Sure, but how do you know whether or not that the jukebox and the sound outside is actually within noise regulation limits?
When you walk outside, you can't even hardly hear the jukebox playing.
Okay.
Even being a customer and coming into the parking lot
Mm-hmm.
at night, if I do patronize, you cannot hear that jukebox playing.
Okay. And have you ever attempted to have any sort of communication with the direct neighbors to see if they're being impacted by any sort of behaviors in the bar?
No.
Okay. And I noticed that you mentioned, I think that there was an F-bomb policy, right?
Correct.
So what other language that would basically be considered to be curse words is allowed? Is everything else fair game?
Pretty much, yeah, unless it gets too vulgar.
Okay, so there's only basically a limitation on the one word.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. Okay. And what about like off-color remarks?
No.
Right? How are they?
I've never heard anyone say anything off-color.
Okay. Okay. Now, has the liquor board ever identified to you that the noise regulations in Anne Arundel County is that anything that's essentially, if you can hear it within 50 feet, it's a noise violation?
No.
Okay. And I'm sorry, and how long have you worked there? You said it was how many years?
18.
18. What did Paul say to you when, let me rephrase this. When Paul built the deck, how did he first identify it to you?
Objection.
Overruled.
It's called in for hearsay. It's a matter not in
I think it's
evidence.
a statement by a party opponent.
What deck? The front deck out front's been
I'm
there.
sorry, the back deck, the deck that you call, I guess, the beer garden, is that correct? In the back area?
Yeah.
Like when you go out the back side of the
Yeah.
bar? I'm referring to that deck. It's the newer deck?
That was put there because we decided to do it outside. He didn't really say anything to me about it.
Okay, and did you ever see permits for that deck when it was being
That's not my
constructed?
responsibility.
Okay, but no, I'm not asking if it's your responsibility. I'm asking you if you ever saw permits for the deck.
In the relevancy of this.
Overruled. She can answer if she saw permits or not.
I didn't see anything. I mean, it's not my responsibility to look for permits. I'm not the owner.
Sure, but typically they're visible when they're
argumentative.
I think the question's also been answered. She said she didn't see any permits.
Let's see here. No, I think that's all the questions I have for.
All right, thanks, Mr. Taylor. Mr. Bittner, any redirects?
If I may just double check my notes. Now, Ms. Wolf, in your capacity as an employee, you're aware that Mr. Panache had a noise decibel meter installed at the smoking area?
Yes.
And you're aware that in addition to what you've just testified to in terms of monitoring the establishment, that Mr. Panache has an app on his phone that notifies him if the decibel reading goes above 65.
Yes.
And Ms. Thompson, the general manager, she likewise has that app on her computer.
Yes.
And you've testified about the bartenders who are in the establishment, but Mr. Panache is also in the establishment quite regularly, is he not?
Yes, he is.
He lives right there on premises.
Correct.
And so even when he's not physically inside the four walls of the Magathie Inn, he's right there if you need him.
Correct.
You've been TIPS TAMS alcohol awareness certified.
Yes, sir.
You're aware that there's also installed on the outside deck area a video camera that monitors the activities.
Yes, sir.
And that is tied in again to Mr. Panache's phone.
Correct.
And Ms. Thompson's computer.
Correct.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, I do have a question. So you are using a phone app to measure the noise. Is that correct?
That's not the testimony. The testimony was that the system has an app so that the monitors outside, if they
Understood. Yep, we'll sustain the objection. Mr. Taylor, if you want to ask it a different way, you certainly can.
Sure. So is the device that's outside that's measuring the noise, is it an ANSI noise meter?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I was asking if there was an ANSI noise meter. So there's a certain
what is that word?
ANSI?
ANSI?
Yes, A-N-S-I.
ANSI, that's what my mother used to call me.
So, so the question is really if you are aware that essentially the device meets the ANSI noise meter requirements that most people would use to actually measure a noise violation.
If she knows.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with the coolers in the back of the property? The walk-in coolers?
The one walk-in.
The one walk-in, okay. And you say there's one walk-in. There's two structures that look very similar, right? So what is the second structure?
I have no idea.
Beyond the scope.
The only structure that I know of is the walk-in cooler where we go to get our beer out.
Okay. So am I able to show her pictures?
I can't advise you on what you can or cannot do.
That's fine. Let me just see if I have a picture handy. Well, you know, I don't even really perhaps need the picture for the moment. The question would be, essentially, have you ever seen, where's the meter at in relation to the coolers themselves? Like, what is the distance between the two?
Mr. Taylor, compound question again.
I'm sorry.
No, not a problem. Just one question at a time, please.
So,
I don't even know where the meter is out back, to be honest with you.
okay. So you have no idea where the meter's at. Okay, that's very good. So essentially, when you're saying there's no sort of noticeable noise violation, right? You don't know where that noise meter is measuring the noise levels from. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And then the one cooler, let's just stick with one, right? Have you heard it make any sort of like loud noises at all, especially during the warm months? Like particularly last summer. Are you aware of the cooler being malfunctioning and the service person having to been called to repair the unit?
If I'm inside working, I cannot hear what's outside.
Sure, understood. But you go outside to check every 20 minutes or 30 minutes.
I didn't hear anything. Okay. And it gets locked up at 10 o'clock out there.
So when you go outside to check, how long are you outside for?
I look to make sure there's nothing going on, and then I go back in and I tend to the bar.
Sure.
If I walk out back, it's the same thing. And then at 10 o'clock, the out back gets locked up, and then that's over with. Then it's just looking out the side door to make sure that everything is okay.
Well, when you go out back, how long are you outside checking on things?
Stick my head out there and walk out there to see if there's anything going on. I mean, it's not that big of an area that you have to stand out there for 20 minutes.
Okay, sure. So you're out there for 10 seconds. Is that fairly accurate?
Maybe 20, just to make sure, pick up beer bottles, do whatever I need to do, and then go back and do my job.
Okay. So if the coolers were making noise every 2 to 3 minutes, because you're only out there for 20 seconds,
then I wouldn't hear it.
Huh?
Then I wouldn't hear it.
Then you wouldn't hear it. Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Taylor, are you planning on calling Ms. Wolf as a fact witness?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Ma'am, you can stay in the room.
Otis Layton be our next witness. Otis Layton.
I'd just like to use this opportunity to remind everybody to please silence your cell phones or turn them off. Thank you. I'm sorry, sir. Right there. That's fine. And if you could state your name and address for the record again?
Otis Layton at 312 Riverside Drive, Pasadena.
Thank you. And you're married to Dr. Cynthia Layton?
That is correct.
And how long have you lived at your current address?
I'm sorry?
How long have you lived at your current address?
I've been there since '97.
And how far is that from the inn, your home?
About 4 blocks.
You patronize the Magothy Inn, is that right?
Yes, indeed.
Can you tell the board your impression of how the Magothy Inn is operated?
Well, the first thing is I don't drink anymore, but it's like a community center. It's where everybody kind of gets together and sees each other. Some people go to church, some people go to bars. But it's always a safe place. I'm 81 years old. I like safe places. I feel very, very safe there, very welcome there, never have any problems. And I go there, I would say, anywhere from 3 to 4 times a week.
While you've been a patron at the Magothy Inn, have you ever witnessed any occurrences that caused a disturbance to the public?
No, I haven't. In the bar, you always get some minor disturbances, but they're always handled immediately, and that's the end of it.
In your opinion, is the Magothy Inn, with its current license and privileges, needed to accommodate the public?
I'm sorry, what was that, please?
Do you believe that the Magothy Inn, with its current licenses and privileges, is needed to accommodate the public?
Yes, I do. Like I say, the Magothy Inn is more of a community center than it is a bar lots of times.
Do you believe that the Magothy Inn, operated in its current manner, is operated in a way that does not negatively affect the health, safety, or welfare of the community?
Yes, I do agree with that. It's operated the way it's supposed to be operated. It's safe, it's quiet, and it is what it is. It's a very, very good, safe place to be.
Thank you. I have no other questions of Mr. Layton.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bittner. Mr. Taylor, questions?
I just have the one question for you.
Yes,
and
sir.
that is the distance. I'm sorry, how far is your house from the Magothy Inn?
4 blocks.
4 blocks.
Yes, sir.
So can you hear sounds from the Magothy Inn? Can you hear cars pulling in? Can you hear any of the customers?
No, sir.
Can you hear, even if they were to have the loudest things, would you be able to hear like a loud stereo from
Yes.
their bar?
Yes, I
You
would.
would be able to hear it from 4 blocks away?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Bittner, any redirect?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Layton. And Mr. Taylor, you are not planning on calling Mr. Layton as a
That's
fact
correct.
witness? Okay, thank you. Mr. Layton, you can remain in the room.
So that would conclude our presentation as to the merits. I expect Mr. Panache will testify in rebuttal.
Okay, absolutely. So what we will do then is we will turn the floor over to Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, this is now your opportunity to present your case in chief. This is your one opportunity to present evidence, to call witnesses, et cetera. I understand there are going to be members of the public testifying for and against. We will call them afterwards, and then we will have rebuttal testimony at the end. But Mr. Taylor, we'll turn the floor over to you. If you have witnesses that you'd like to call, we can bring them in.
Okay, very good. So I guess, do I also get like an opening?
Yeah, absolutely. You can start off with an opening, and then you can proffer as well, and then you can go right into witnesses, or you can just proffer if you choose not to call witnesses.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll just read something I had prepared here, but we are
I haven't
before.
been provided a copy of that. If he's reading something, I believe I'm entitled to a copy of that.
Do you have a copy that you can provide?
Unfortunately, I do not have one with me.
Okay. Well, if you could summarize as opposed to reading, you're not really allowed to read documents prepared in advance unless you supply it to the other side.
Okay.
But if you need to refresh your recollection, you can do that. But please try to refrain from reading the entirety of the document.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Okay. So basically, why we are in front of the board today is because every time that we have tried to communicate with the liquor board that we're running into specific issues related to noise or parking, essentially, we've been directed to come here to this hearing, right? This is something that's been repetitively done, whether we contact you guys, in generic emails or any format. We're always told, get 10 people together, come into this hearing, and then essentially that is the format in which you need to follow to essentially have your issues addressed. So, I want to point out that, I have no issues with people in the neighborhood getting together and having communication. Just as background for myself, my grandfather's relatives were the ones who actually built the bar, and I was actually born in the house that I live at next door to the bar. So, and I lived there in my early childhood. I returned in 2008 and have been here since. Now, I am all in favor of there being some nice place for, people in the community to get together. However, there are issues that have brought me here today as a result of this. Now, one of the things that I have an issue with is that, there's a lack of rules and or basically the Magothy Inn is not really following the rules and regulations. They have extensively built out and overbuilt, beyond what zoning allows them to do so. And as a result, they have put additional business and, noise into our property. For example, they have never been approved by zoning to have any sort of outdoor structures, right? So, for example, they now have a new, deck out back, which I'm assuming is COVID because of the time frame. But then they also...
Most respectfully, this sounds like testimony to me.
I think he's doing an opening, and, are you testifying here, or is this your intention to be your opening statement?
This is more or less my opening statement.
Okay, we'll allow it to be his opening and a proffer together, Mr. Bittner.
So I may inquire.
You can absolutely
as to
inquire
some of the
afterwards. We'll consider this an opening and testimony based on Mr. Taylor's representation.
Sure.
And then Mr. Bittner you can follow up with questions.
Thank you. So what essentially, what we want to see done, here is that we want to see some of the things that are impacting us as neighbors addressed. We feel that essentially the liquor board has not necessarily stepped up and, basically identified some of the problems for us. We've been kind of compelled to come here to make you, or hopefully have you address these issues so that they can be resolved once and for all. So we really are impacted greatly by, noise issues and by, I think that a lot of this contributes to essentially an overbuild of the actual premise itself. There's
is that overbuild, sir?
Overbuild, yes. If you look at, for example, some of the zoning documents, essentially the bar is supposed to have a capacity of 60, right? They have 30 parking spots, essentially. So why is it that we're running into overflow parking on a more and more regular basis, in recent years? As a result, if they have, an allowed capacity of 60, where are these additional cars coming from, right? Why is the street getting lined up with cars when they're locked into this? One of the things that I definitely want to kind of address is more or less just the fact that we presented evidence. Let me find these here real quick. Yeah, so I'd like to just point out that we have Exhibit 1, for example, right, which we submitted, which essentially kind of shows all of the zoning documentation for this particular premise, right? It shows what the approved, allowed, non-conforming use footprint is. And it shows that essentially that was maximized back in 1992 and that they continue to expand beyond that, right?
Hearsay on hearsay.
Well, it may be hearsay coming from...
It's overruled, Mr. Taylor. You can keep going.
Okay. So essentially, these are all things that have been documented by the county. This is not my opinion. This is things that essentially are on file with the county.
Stating objection for the record.
So that's essentially what we think is a contributing factor to some of the impacts that we're facing. Because our issues are more or less some of the behaviors. I think there's a number of people that
I'm sorry, your issues are some of what?
Sorry, I forgot what I said.
I think you said some of the behaviors.
Oh, yeah, some of the behaviors, yes. Just as a result, where essentially I don't think that there's adequate monitoring of the areas, because while inside they may be on top of foul language, that is not what's occurring on the outside. Because as someone who lives directly next door to the bar, basically the bar is 30 feet from my house, right? When I'm outside, I can hear the conversations that are going on in the bar. And the people who are actually in the back area, because of the privacy fences, they're not aware that essentially there's people on the other side, right? They are just there, they're having a good time with their friends, they're having conversations. And some of them get into rather inappropriate language and things of that nature that's, not proper for our family and our children to be hearing in our own yards, right? So while they may have a good policy inside, could not speak to that. I know that that policy is not necessarily effective outside because it is routine that I'm listening to the language over on our side of the fence outside. And I'm only outside in my yard maybe 5 hours a week. So the main thing that we really want to say I think that essentially everything in Exhibit 1, 2, and 3 really speak for themselves. I'm not sure if they've been looked at, if they have to, these are pretty detailed documents. I don't know if we have to walk through these or if essentially, you've kind of perused these and you understand what's in them already. Could you identify that for me?
Well, the board has been supplied. You've submitted exhibits. You've presented them here tonight. I can't tell you whether you need to go through them in detail. This is your opportunity to make your case.
Okay. So, basically, we just want to talk to essentially that a lot of these structures that have been built out, right, are, basically the property has exceeded its allowed capacity. Non-conforming grandfathered uses are allowed to have up to a 30% expansion. And in this case, sorry, my mouth's getting dry. So basically, in this case, they have exceeded at least that by double, right? And as a result of that, we are definitely being impacted. And what we're looking to do is, we want to just see it so that essentially the bar is brought back to being compliant, right? That is what we're looking for. We want to see that the bar is compliant with regulations, That is very key because there are a lot of negative impacts that unless that this has been identified, that they're not aware of. We also want to make sure that essentially the liquor board is instructing the Magothy Inn about the actual noise regulations they're supposed to be adhering to. Because the noise regulation in Arundel County is that if you can hear it from 50 foot, it is a presumed noise violation, right? And I know that the liquor board has received guidance from the Office of Law identifying this to them. And we really expect that that message is being relayed to all of the liquor license holders in Arundel County. So, I'd like to, I'm just looking at this and I'm really thinking, I know that right now there is the COVID permissiveness. And, the COVID permissiveness essentially allows any sort of establishment like the Magothy Inn.
I'm sorry, any what?
Establishment, sorry, to basically sit outside as a result of the COVID permissions. However, they expire on June 1st. So as a result of that, I wish that, that any outdoor structure that's on their premise outdoors would have to go away as a result of that on June 10th. So, and is it possible, I'm sorry, but my mouth is extremely dried out.
Sure.
I went to the dentist this morning and I did not know that I was going to be facing this. Could we take a recess for 2 minutes so I could get a drink?
Do you have any objection over a 2-minute recess?
Sure. Perhaps somebody could bring them some, was there any water? Because there's no water fountain out there.
Oh, great. Oh, yeah, we can give you a bottle, Mr.
I was
Taylor.
told you couldn't bring water in here. My people were told they couldn't bring water in here.
Yeah, I think it has to be closed, but yeah, in any event, apparently there's no public access to the water fountain. We found that out earlier. But if he needs a recess, certainly.
No, I'm good. I just needed something to drink. Okay. So, our primary issue here that we want to see is that the Maryland, Alcoholic Beverages Code, ABC 1-405B, states that essentially a liquor premises must, well, I can actually find I wrote it out, so just bear with me here a second. Okay, so. Let me see. Okay, here we go. I apologize. So the ABC Code 1-405B, a license or alcoholic beverages permit may not be issued for a premises unless the premises conform with all zoning laws, regulations, or ordinances that pass in accordance with Division 1 of the Land Use Article. Additionally, the Liquor Board rules and regulations on page 25, 2.13 have zoning that say no license shall be issued which will result in a use of premises which violates any zoning or other statutory land use restriction. So, our point is that essentially that the Magothy Inn does not have non-conforming use approval for a good majority of their area where liquor is actually being served and consumed. And that is our primary thing. That is one of the issues that we would like to see addressed. Second of all, it is our understanding that, that during these original reviews, there's also supposed to be a responsibility of the Liquor Board to kind of assess other factors as if this is an original application, and in terms of identifying, impact on the neighborhood with regards to parking, zoning, traffic, things of that nature. That is essentially one of the expectations that we have had with regards to the this hearing. So I guess to get started here with this, with the zoning documents, I don't want to necessarily burden it down. I think that the most of us is just going to be our testimony. Sure. Right? I think that the documentation, I don't know if it really makes sense for us to kind of pick through zoning documents, but I'd be glad to do it. There's numerous pages of, documentation from the Anne Arundel County, zoning that define essentially what their actual non-conforming use footprint should look like.
Okay. So do you want to, are you going to call a witness, a fact witness, or do you just have members of the public that are going to testify in support or against?
Yeah, I do not need witness. Yeah, we're just going to basically, have people who want to provide testimony come forward.
Sure. So what that's going to be is, as you saw, Mr. Bittner called 6 fact witnesses that he questioned. Then you had the opportunity to cross-examine. So do you have any fact witnesses that you wish to call at this time, or are all of your witnesses merely going to be members from the public who are going to testify in support of your protest?
They're going to be testifying in support of the protest.
Okay.
However, I may like to ask some of them questions if it's helpful.
Well, their testimony is going to be limited to 2 minutes.
Sure.
Remember at the beginning, their testimony is going to be limited to 2 minutes, and typically we don't allow questions of the members of the public from council or from the protestants. So if you have people that you want to ask questions of, now's the time to do it. Otherwise, their testimony is going to be limited to 2 minutes, and that's it, no questions.
Okay. Well, in that case, yes, I do have a witness that I like to call. I like to call Catherine Buick-Taylor.
I'm sorry, I thought I would.
Well, yeah, you're going to,
opportunity to
sure,
question
absolutely.
him.
I apologize, Mr. Bittner. Yes, absolutely. He's going to ask you a couple questions before you get into that.
Okay.
Sorry about that, Mr. Bittner.
No, thank you. We're exploring new ground here. Mr. Taylor, so if I understood your testimony, because you are under oath, you want the Magothy Inn to be in compliance. Is that right?
That's correct. We want them to be within compliance.
Okay.
So
All the
just
liquor
a
yes or no answer.
regulations.
You want them to be in compliance. So you do not want the bar shut down and closed. Is that correct?
That would be correct. As long as they are in compliance, we're completely happy.
Okay. Now you would agree, compliance with noise appears to be your principal issue. Is that right? Would it be accurate? I won't put words in your mouth, but from what I've heard, noise is your concern.
That is
right?
my personal concern, but
Okay.
I do not necessarily speak that concern on
Okay,
behalf
I'm
of
asking you,
others.
your personal concern, primary concern is noise.
Yes,
And you live next door to the establishment.
that is correct.
You grew up there.
Correct.
You returned in 2008. Now, what is your relationship to Catherine Viewing?
She is my wife.
And when did you get married?
We got married in, 2020, September.
Did she live in the area before you got married?
Yes.
Does she owns property in the neighborhood?
In Magothy Beach, no. She did not own property till shortly before our marriage.
So she owns 511 Riverside Drive.
That is correct.
When she bought it, the Magothy Inn was in existence for some 80 years, if my math is right, 1940. Right?
Since, yeah.
Your grandfather built it.
No, my grandfather did not build it. His relatives did.
Your grandfather's relatives built the Magothy Inn.
Yes, it was called Margaret's back then.
Now, you and Mrs. Taylor took up occupancy at your current home next to the bar, is that right? After you got married?
I already lived there since 2008.
Okay.
So,
And that whole time you lived there from 2008 up until you got married, you never made a complaint, did you?
what are you defining as a complaint? Because, who are we referring to? Because
Did you ever make a complaint about the Magothy Inn from the time you moved back in 2008 till the time your wife occupied the home with you in, I believe you said 2020, after September of 2020? So from 2008 to September of 2020, what complaints did you make to the Anne Arundel County Board of License Commissioners concerning the operation of this establishment?
I did not make complaints to them.
Okay, that answers that question. Now, what complaints did you make to the Anne Arundel County Police Department about the operation of this establishment from the time you lived there, 2008, till your wife occupied the premises with you in September 2020?
Well, first of all, can I clarify one thing?
No, sir. My question is, what
you just have to
complaints
answer
did
the
you
question right
make
now.
to
Well,
the Anne
then I'm
Arundel
sorry.
County Police Department from 2008, when you moved back in, to the time your wife occupied the premises with you, on or after September of 2020, regarding the operation of the Magothy Inn?
Well, the problem I have...
None, right?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay,
The
what
problem I
ones
have
did you
answering
do
your
then?
question
Well,
is
yeah,
question
tell-
is factually
Guys,
incorrect.
let's try to refrain
Sure.
from talking over each other. The court reporter just gave me the look of death, so let's make sure that we try to keep it.
Well, the problem here is that what he is stating is incorrect. He's basically wanting me to accept a presumption that my wife... I
Mr.
know-
Taylor, and I'm going to allow you to provide some rebuttal testimony, but at this point in time, your testimony is just limited to answering Mr. Bittner's questions.
It's a yes or no question. Did you make any complaints to the Anne Arundel County Police Department regarding the operation of the Magothy Inn from 2008, when you reoccupied 550 Center Road, till the time your wife moved in with you on or after September 2020? Did you make
Yes.
any? Okay. What were they? And when were they?
There were no... I could not give you dates at the time. It's been years.
Okay. Made no complaints to the Board of License Commissioners, and you don't recall when and the nature of the complaints you made to Anne Arundel County Police Department, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Make any zoning complaints, any complaints to the Department of Planning and Zoning, zoning enforcement regarding the operation of the Magothy Inn, same time period?
No.
Health Department? Nope. Parking control? Now, after you and Miss Viewing married, then you started complaining, right? No? Complaints didn't begin with the liquor board until June the 12th of 2022? You remember when the first complaint was tendered to the liquor board?
Let's see here. I'm trying to think. No, I do not know. I know it's before 22, though.
Okay. So if I showed you the liquor board's comprehensive report, would that refresh your recollection about when the first complaint was made? So I'll direct your attention to page 3 of this has been admitted into evidence as part of the board's file, kept in the normal course of business for the Magathy Inn. And there's page 3, it begins titled, the caption, Complaints. And I'll direct your attention to the next page, item 13 would indicate, looking at item 13 and 14, it would indicate the last complaint before you and your wife got married and occupied your home was June the 11th of 1991. Can you take a look at that? Is that what it says?
6/11/91. Yes, it says 6/11/91.
And the records of the liquor board indicate that there were no other complaints filed from June the 11th, 1991 until June the 12th of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Okay. If you say so.
No, that's not what I say. That's what the record says.
Okay.
Right? Is that what the record says?
Sure.
Okay. These records aren't wrong, are they?
I don't know.
Okay. You don't have any information that they're wrong, do you?
No, I did not.
I mean, they're kept by the liquor board in their normal course, right?
I assume so.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me, Mr. Taylor, would you not, that the noise ordinance, the county noise ordinance, state noise ordinance, doesn't prohibit all sounds, correct?
Let me see if I have it so I can read you what it actually.
No, just,
It
does the county
That
noise,
is correct.
excuse me,
That's
sir, let me
correct.
rephrase my
Yes.
question.
Again, we got to make sure we're refraining from speaking over each other.
Does the county noise ordinance that you cited a moment ago prohibit all ambient noise from emanating from a property?
No.
So certain ambient noise just occurs, that's why they call it ambient noise, right?
Sure.
Thunder that exceeds 65 decibels, that's not prohibited by the code, is it? Car revving its engine in the distance that spikes 65, not prohibited, is it?
I could not speak to that.
Okay. Now, so now, excuse me, let me rephrase that. So you didn't undertake, except some police complaints that you don't recall, and you didn't go back to the police and try to obtain those records, did you, before coming here today?
That's correct. I did not.
So up till June the 12th of 22, there hadn't been any complaints lodged against the Magathy Inn, according to the records, correct?
No, that is incorrect.
Okay.
Because
This has been asked and answered, the records speak for themselves. Now let me ask you this. Since June the 12th of 2022, you and your spouse have complained to the liquor board about the operation of the Magathy Inn no less than 12 times. Would that be accurate according to their records? You want to count?
I don't know. Where am I looking at here? Let's see.
Well, let me put it to you easier. How many times you think you've called the liquor board complaining about the Magathy Inn?
Well, first of all, the liquor board does not offer you phone number to call.
Sir, I'm just asking you how many, what's your answer? You never called?
I was unaware there's a phone number to call in. Typically,
Okay,
they've sent emails.
Okay, so how many times have you filed a complaint with the Anne Arundel County Board of License Commissioners about the Magathy Inn since you and your spouse began living as husband and wife on or after September 2020?
At least 4.
4 times, okay. That's it, 4 times, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in the neighborhood, you have also complained about noise on the boat ramp, correct?
No.
Never?
Never.
Never. You complained about the Magothy Inn's broken cooler making a noise, right?
Yes.
You complained about parking down the street, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you complained about your neighbors parking in front of your house. You don't have a driveway or a garage, right?
No, that's incorrect.
What's incorrect?
That I don't have a driveway or garage.
Okay, do you have a driveway or garage?
Yes.
Okay, have you complained about your neighbors parking near that driveway or garage at 550 Center Street?
No.
No, never.
I'm sorry. Well, let me say that's
Never.
because that's not a direct question. Yeah, because the question you're asking is not correct.
Okay, well, let me rephrase. Let me put it down to you. Have you complained about your neighbors parking near your house?
Yes.
Okay. You complained.
I didn't complain about neighbors parking. I complained about overflow parking from the bar.
Okay.
And essentially what the driving cause of the complaint was is that it has blocked ambulances from being able to get to Riverside Drive, which is our street. We've had a neighbor who has called an ambulance at least twice in the last year, and one of those occurrences, essentially the ambulance could not get through because of the overflow parking from the tavern, being on the other side of the street, as well as people sticking out from the parking lot itself of the Magothy Inn.
All right. Thank you for that. Now, let's turn to these complaints. June the 12th. Now, are you aware that Inspector Faulkner came out and inspected the establishment? Are you aware of that?
Faulkner.
After that complaint of June the 12th, that triggered an inspection of the establishment by Inspector Faulkner.
I believe that I am.
Okay. And no issues were noted as a result of that inspection, correct?
I'm sorry. Well, if it's the inspection I'm aware of, there was a warning and violation notice that was given to the magazine.
Talk about June the 12th, 2022.
Oh, I see. No, I'm not aware of anything for that.
Okay. No charges were lodged against the liquor board, lodged by the liquor board against the Magothy Inn as a result of that noise complaint from June the 12th, correct?
If you say so, I do not know.
Okay, well, you haven't been down here testifying about any violations before today, have you? In front of the board, in front of an open session?
No, I've actually been directing most of my complaints directly to the Magothy Inn.
Okay. Now, there came a time, April the 3rd, 2023, another complaint. That noise.
Excuse me, but this is evidence that he's introducing now at this time. Is that correct?
It was introduced at the beginning of the hearing with his motion.
Okay.
Are you aware that as a result of the calls made on March the 25th of 2023, that Inspector Ford, Chief Inspector Ford, came to the establishment 3 times between March the 31st and February the 2nd to inspect the establishment? You talked to, you've had a lot of conversations with Chief Inspector Ford regarding this.
I've only had,
and let me rephrase that. You've had a lot of communications with the Chief Inspector Ford regarding the Magothy Inn.
I think maybe 4 or 5. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. Are you aware that Inspector Ford, when he was at the establishment on March the 31st, reported no issues and that the decibel levels were low? You aware of that?
Why would I be concerned about decimal levels?
Well, you're complaining about noise.
but the county noise ordinance has nothing to do with decibel.
Okay, so you're not aware that Chief Inspector Ford, because you indicated a minute ago that you felt the liquor board had not been responsive to your concerns. I think I heard you say that. And so I'm looking at their own records that show their own personnel since these complaints started in June of 2022. I've been out 13 times to the Magathy Inn in response to calls from either you or your wife or 2 unidentified persons, so 4 people, and have found nothing. You aware of that?
No, I'm not.
You're not. So you're not aware that on April the 1st, when Chief Inspector was on the premises, he opined that the noise was even fainter than the low decibel readings he had heard the day before. You're not aware of that?
No, actually, so you're talking about this year?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, these
So
are
in the
your
last few
complaints.
weeks, sure. In the last few weeks, actually, there has been somewhat of an improvement with regards to noise and what we can hear from our own property.
Right, because in fact, on April the 2nd, when Chief Inspector Ford met with Mr. Page, Mr. Page was receptive to Chief Inspector's comments and concerns. You aware of that?
No, I'm not.
Yeah. May the 28th, Inspector Scott meets with the licensee regarding a neighbor's complaint. Outside's closed at 10, there's fencing up, no violations lodged. You aware of that?
No, I'm not.
June the 9th, Inspector Ace inspects the premises as a result of a complaint received by the liquor board. Opines that he hears faint music, no noise violations. No loud music outside, can't be heard. You aware of that?
No, I'm not.
So, again, your characterization that the liquor board was not responsive to your complaints would be inaccurate, because in fact, every time you or another community member made a complaint, they responded to it according to their own records, right?
But they're not going to be able to identify the actual issue.
No, okay.
If they're showing up several days later, they
Okay,
will not be
okay,
able
all right.
to essentially assess an issue that happened days before.
So these occurrences aren't repetitive. They don't happen every day. That
is correct.
Okay. Happen once in a while, right?
How do you characterize once in a while?
Well, complaint June of 22, the next one's September of 22, that's 3 months. The one after that is April of 23, that's 7 months. Then there's one May of 23, May the 28th, some 7 weeks later. Then there's another one June the 9th, June the 17th, August 13th. So there's no, and I'll go on, but there's no pattern. You agree with me on that, correct?
That is incorrect. Yeah, it depends on what is happening.
Okay, but
there's no specific.
Sir, let me ask you this. Take a look again.
Gentlemen.
We don't have to talk over each other.
Thank you.
Let me ask you to look at what's been admitted as the Liquor Board's comprehensive report of complaints, and tell me if you can discern a pattern from those 13 complaints over a 2-year period. See a
Well, I don't
pattern
know.
there? Is there a pattern there, yes or no?
There may be, yes.
Okay, so explain the pattern you see there.
Well, the pattern may be, well, I cannot tell by simply looking at a calendar. I would
There's
have
no
to see
pattern,
how
okay.
it correlates with live music events and other factors that would have played a role into it.
Right now, jumping a little closer, Inspector Matthews is out to the establishment on February the 24th, 2024, and performs 28 separate noise checks with a noise meter. And you're aware from the documents that he found no noise violation at that time, correct?
I'm not aware, but okay.
April the 23rd, Liquor Board's there 2 days in a row. Inspector Slocum, he notes that he does hear some faint music when the door opens. No violations are found. February 16th, just a week before, Chief Inspector Ford's out there. He takes 12 readings, all below level. No music discernible 20 feet from the premises. So again, Liquor Board's responding to your complaints. They're at the establishment 3 times in the span of 8 days. No violations found. You aware of that?
No, I'm not.
Okay. You're aware of it now, since I've told you, and it's based on the records that are in the evidence, correct?
Mm-hmm.
December 23rd, 23, Inspector Chenoweth does a welfare check, inside and out. Everything is ordinary. Everyone's having a good time. December 9th, Inspector Chenoweth, no concerns. Stayed at the establishment over an hour. Not loud. Heard no noise when the doors opened. Quiet night. In fact, the only time that there is even an aspersion of a potential violation, the one and only time, is November the 17th of 2023, when Inspector Chenoweth visits the establishment and notes that the speakers are a little loud. No one is disorderly. So, do you still, Mr. Taylor, believe that the Liquor Board wasn't responsive to you and your wife's complaints?
I believe that they are responsive in terms of responding, but they were not able to get the issue addressed.
Mm-hmm.
Because, for example...
Well, sir, the issue was addressed. I think it's borne out. This is quoting to my mother here a lot. The proof is in the pudding.
Sure.
Okay? They're out there and there's no violations.
Well, if they were measuring from 20 feet away, they would have been in our property. And I do not recall any Liquor Board inspectors being in our property.
Okay. So just because you don't recall it doesn't mean it didn't happen, right?
Okay.
Right? I mean, their report that they said they went out there and did February the 24th, Inspector Matthews, 28 observations over 2 hours, standing in 7 different locations around the perimeter of the building 4 different times.
Well,
he was wrong on that? He was wrong? That's wrong?
That must be wrong, because we have a...
That must be wrong. So this report that Inspector Matthews filed, where he was there for 2 hours, 28 observations, didn't see hear any violations, that's wrong. Is that your testimony?
Unless he walked and went through our gate into our fenced-in property and essentially assessed the sound, he missed an entire side of the bar.
Okay. So what, the Liquor Board doesn't know what it's doing? Is that what you're saying?
Does the Liquor Board walk onto private property to do measurements? Do they just invite themselves?
So I ask you a question. You can't ask me a question. See,
Okay.
that's the rules.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I'm just trying. Okay.
Okay.
What was your
So
question?
the question is the Liquor Board doesn't know its job? Doesn't know its regulatory function? Is that what you're saying?
I think that there are some agents who essentially will not necessarily know exactly what the regulations are.
So that question is
but they're
non-responsive. I'm going to strike that. Did you file a complaint against the Liquor Board for a violation of the Open Meetings Act?
Yes. Well,
Did you threaten to file a complaint against the Liquor Board for violation of the American with Disabilities Act accommodation provisions for public meetings?
Yes.
Have you contacted local state officials to try to have them put pressure on the Liquor Board, particularly Senator Simon Ayer?
No, not to put pressure, no.
You contacted Senator Simon Ayer's office and you made a complaint to his office about this establishment, correct?
We were directed to his office.
Okay. And I didn't ask you this, but it comes to my mind now. So from when you were living there in 2008 till the time your spouse took up occupancy with you in September of 2020, you didn't call any politicians complaining about this establishment, right?
That's correct.
Okay. No county council person, no state senator, no House of Delegate, nobody, right? Right? You didn't, I always make sure it's clear. You didn't contact anybody.
I did not contact anybody in the time frame that you're describing.
Okay, all right, okay. That was my question. Thank you.
Well, but your question is still phrased incorrectly because my wife has been occupying my property with me since 2016.
But okay. No complaints then. Okay. Just a moment, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Do you recognize an email dakota747a@aol.com?
No.
Do you recognize the name James Roberts?
No.
Do you recognize the name Regina Miller?
Yes.
And who is Miss Miller?
Miss Miller, she lives on the other side of the tavern from me.
Now, the Liquor Board's records reflect that Miss Miller called in a complaint to the Liquor Board on or about June the 13th of 2023 regarding noise. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware of any specifics.
He's show you an email dated June the 14th, 2023, contained in the business records of the Magathie Inn. Take a moment of that, see if that refreshes your recollection about Miss Miller making a complaint.
Okay, I have not seen this before.
Okay. But that, having looked at that, you're now aware that Ms. Miller made a complaint about noise to the Liquor Board on or about June the 13th of 2023.
Okay.
And that as a result of that, Inspector Ace visited the establishment on June the 17th. Nothing unusual, no noise, volume at 30 decibels. You aware of that? That they responded to that complaint and went out and checked it out 4 days later?
Nope.
Now, you know Miss Miller, right?
Yes.
Ms. Miller did not sign, she is not one of the signers on your protest petition, correct?
She's not one of the signers on our protest commission? I'm sorry.
Ms. Miller didn't sign your protest petition, did she? Ms. Miller's not here, is she?
Yes, she is.
She is?
Yes, and she
Okay.
signs.
All right, then that's my error. Thank you for correcting me, because I did not see that. James Roberts, you indicated you don't know Mr. Roberts.
That's correct.
He's not one of the signers on your petition.
That's correct.
He made a complaint December 2023 about a fight New Year's Eve, Christmas Eve. You aware of that?
No.
He didn't sign your petition.
We did not campaign or ask people to sign our petition. We went to very specific people and asked them to sign.
Okay, so what specific people did you go to?
I went to, I actually, pretty much the only people that I went to were the people who essentially are on the petition plus one additional person.
Mm-hmm. Who's that additional person?
It was, his name is James or Jim. I'm drawing a blank.
But he
on his
didn't
last
sign
name.
the petition, is that right?
That is correct.
Nor. And you've indicated that you don't know who Dakota 747A is.
Correct.
But whoever Dakota 7, and you, so you don't believe Dakota 740A is one of the signatories to your petition?
Yeah, I have no idea who that is.
Okay. Now, you only went to specific people seeking out their signatures on the protest petition. You didn't go to the community in general. Is that right?
That's correct, because
You selectively decided who you wanted to talk to, right?
well, we did not want to go door to door in the winter, springtime. So yes, we selectively chose people
Okay.
that we knew
Okay.
that we had a relationship with.
Selective, people you had a relationship with, people you were friendly with.
People we had conversations with who
Okay.
we knew were in the neighborhood and
Okay.
didn't require
Friends of yours?
No.
No? None of the people who signed the
No,
petition
no,
are your
there
friends?
definitely are.
Okay.
But some of them, are people that I have not, met.
Who?
Like Mimi. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank on her last
Now,
name.
Mimi, she lives a mile, 0.3 away from the establishment, right?
No, that is incorrect.
You asked Mr. Volstagg, your neighbor across the street by the boat ramp, I'm mispronouncing his name, first witness, Matt, if he could see the Magathi Inn from his residence, and he indicated he could only see about 15%. Remember that,
Yes.
those questions you asked him?
Yes.
Based on your questions, you seem to insinuate that because he couldn't see the Magathi Inn, he didn't have a valid opinion about how it was operated, right?
With regards to noise, yes.
Okay.
then about the
So any Protestants who live a half a mile away, a mile away, a mile 0.1 away, a mile 0.3 away, a mile 0.6 away, they couldn't have any opinion about noise either, could they?
Yes, they would not be directly impacted by the noise.
Okay. So why'd they sign a petition complaining about noise, if you know?
Well, I think that your metrics of how you're arriving at these numbers, like 1.3, is incorrect.
Okay, well.
Most of the people who signed the petition are within hundreds of feet.
Okay.
They are not miles.
No, well, okay. Again, you don't know who James Roberts is.
Correct.
May, just 1 second. I think I'm coming to an end here. I'm coming to an end. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Yeah, so
Just based on the question that he asked, this is the opportunity for additional testimony.
Sure. So he basically was identifying that the inspectors were measuring from various distances, but in order to have measured from our side of the property, which runs the entire length of the Magathi Inn, those inspectors would have had to have come on private property. And I do not know that essentially a liquor board inspector would or would not do this, where they would essentially, open up a gate and walk through, and go around to it. Because essentially, to access our property, they would have had to have gone all the way around to Riverside, open up the gate, walked around our entire house to go to the back side of it, right, and gone down a very specific, area to be within, access or proximity to the bar, right? And if they're 20 feet or any sort of 20-foot distances would put them into our property, right? And no one is, I don't think, any liquor board's inspectors, I've not seen one in my yard ever trying to measure noise from that side. And so it wouldn't surprise me, essentially, if the noise is very audible from one side of the tavern because of speaker location versus being audible from the other side.
Yes, sorry, but thank you. So are you suggesting that when the inspectors took noise measurements on the inside of the property, that the noise somehow increased when it got to your property?
I'm not saying that it's increasing. I'm saying that essentially, depending on where you're sitting at, in proximity to a speaker determines what you hear. For example, if I'm standing at location A and a person stands at location B, depending on what sort of interference there is between us and the speakers, it will depend on what the decimal readings are. very basic audio.
Okay, and you have some specialized training in that field, do you, Mr. Taylor?
Well, as a matter of fact, I spent 10 years putting sound reinforcement equipment inside of taverns in Anne Arundel County. And most of the ones that actually did, had live music, I typically had some sort of working relationship with them.
Okay. You've never offered Mr. Pesh to assist him to help the community as you perceive it to install a better noise capturing system?
Well, Mr. Pesh is not receptive to communication. When I first, moved into the area, one of my neighbors who was actually, a tavern goer tried to introduce me to Mr. Pesh, and in which, as soon as that I was identified that I had a relationship to my grandmother, he immediately just cut out the conversation. He was, there was that situation, which was ironic because I actually had gone into the bar before and had conversations with Harry, and Harry and I had a fine chat. But Paul, has been very unreceptive to having any sort of communication directly with me whatsoever.
That broke down after he wouldn't cut the tree in his yard next to your yard, right?
The tree in his yard. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're referring to. I've never asked Mr. Pesh to cut a tree.
Did your wife ever ask him to cut a tree?
No.
Your wife ever complained to him about the location of his mailbox?
Location? No. Why? I'm not.
If you know, do you
No,
know?
Sorry.
Okay. But you would agree with me, sir, that the liquor board's inspectors' reports contained in their file, when they went out those 13 times, took readings, according to their reports, from various areas. Inspector Matthews on February the 24th, 28 separate readings, no violation. That if there's no violation found in the noise decibel readings by the inspectors on the premises, that noise can't be louder on your premises. Would you agree with me that, with your training?
No, I wouldn't, because essentially you're presuming that that they're using a decimal has any sort of bearing to the county ordinance code that they should be enforcing.
No, sir, my question is, does noise get louder the further it travels?
It depends. If there's interference.
Okay. All right. So somebody's voice gets louder the further it travels?
You've heard of someone's voice being muffled before, right? Which shows you
Sir,
that
I'm
essentially that the
just
decimals
asking
drop
your
off.
experience. Is it your testimony that voices get louder the further they travel?
No, it is not.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right. Ready to keep going?
Mr. Chairman, could we take a break?
Sure. We were just discussing that.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 10. We only have 1 minute.
2 minutes?
Yeah. All right.
We're going to take a 10-minute break. Please remember that we cannot be speaking to any of the witnesses if you go outside. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, let's settle in, please. Don't make me turn this car around. Little levity.
All right, we're back in session.
We got to get Mr. Taylor back.
As soon as we get the attorney.
Mr. Taylor, Mr. Bittner. Yeah.
Are you coming, Mr. Bittner? Okay. All right, and looking for Mr. Taylor? right. Mr. Taylor, are you ready to proceed also?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, could I just address the issue?
Sure.
Microphone, Mr. Bittner.
A lot of the supporters of the Magathie Inn have come on a bus, and I think that bus is leaving in a little while. I know it's out of order. If we could just have them stand, I don't know if anybody wants under the 2-minute rule to say something quickly, or if you feel the...
No, I mean, I think, in my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Taylor, but you're also, the remainder of your case is also just members of the public who are going to testify, correct?
I'm going to have one witness.
Okay.
I'm going to have one witness, and I'm also planning to kind of just basically, address some of the documentation and evidence that we've submitted.
And I think you can do that in closing argument, if that's all right, since that's always been submitted. But if, if you're all right with it, Mr. Taylor, procedurally, would you be okay if the members of Magathie Inn who are here to testify in support of the Magathie Inn to testify now as their transportation is leaving? Would you be okay with that? Okay.
That's fine.
Sure, Mr. Bittner.
Thank you. So I believe we've had 2 persons who've indicated that they wanted to say a few words.
And just so the record's clear, there would be no questioning of these members. It's just their statement.
Yeah, that's my understanding. Sure. Wayne McKenzie, I believe, wishes to address the group.
Mr. McKenzie?
What's the other guy's name? That's the Band-Aid.
And Mr. McKenzie, you were here for the swearing in, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. If you could, when you sit down, state your name and address for the record once again.
My name's Wayne McKenzie. I live at 679 Cedar Drive, and I've lived there for 40-plus years.
Okay, go right ahead, sir.
Okay.
You're limited to 2 minutes.
All right. My wife and I frequent the Magathie Inn quite often, and we enjoy it for several reasons. One, we get to meet a lot of neighbors that we wouldn't normally meet, but also Mr. Harry and Mr. Paul Paish have policies in place that we really enjoy, and those policies are no roughness, no foul language. It's a respectable place to take your significant other and meet the community. I guess that's pretty much it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else, Mr. Bittner?
Yes. Two others.
2 others.
And sir, you were also present for the swearing in, correct?
Yes, sir.
If you could, when you take a seat, state your name and address for the record once again, please.
My name is William Walther. Those in the neighborhood will know me as Doc. I live at 356 Riverside Drive, about a little less than a half a mile from Magathie Inn. What I wanted to say is I got the luxury, I was lucky to run into this neighborhood and so forth back when I was 17, 18, and 19 from my VOTEC vice principal that lived right across the street from where the lead protest lives. And, he enjoyed meeting his neighbors and gathering each day after work. I got to see that. As my wife and I started planning to downsize, we lived in Carroll County, raised our kids in Carroll County. We wanted a place that had a local establishment like the Magathie Inn and another local thing like the convenience store / deli that's there. So in 2007, we bought this property and rehabbed it, invested in it, despite it being almost triple the taxes every year to live there. And that Magathie Inn was one of the reasons that we bought there, and it has led to us being able to meet it's about 8 couples, about 5 to 6 of those couples and I get together about once a month there, all that live in Indian Village. None of them are here right now, but we all enjoy meeting and maybe watching a Ravens game, away game, because I go to local, or Orioles, or seeing Dave play, whatever. But I think of it as a community center. I've joked by saying it's the liver of the neighborhood, but we really enjoy it, and that's a reason we bought. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Sir, Sir, if you could just state your name and address, please.
John Fales, 458 Nautical Court.
And sir, what would you like to say in support of the magazine?
I just really want to echo what I've heard other neighbors say. It is a very community-centric place. It's safe. Paul does a great job in providing an atmosphere that's friendly, open. I have seen no loud noise, no violations, nothing. And I'm just here to support him and the Magothy Inn as a community entity that, as you've heard, is a center for a lot of people and almost a second home to people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing that.
Mr. Taylor, call your first witness, please.
Okay. I would like to call Catherine Buick Taylor, please.
Sure. The mic on? There should be a little red ring up here.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, just name and address for the record, and then Mr. Taylor, go right ahead with your questions.
Catherine Viewig Taylor, 550 Center Street, Pasadena, Maryland, 21122.
All right, Mr. Taylor.
Okay, so Miss Catherine, so I guess my first question for you is, how long have you been actually, in the neighborhood? There seems, so good.
We started dating 10 years ago, and so I very quickly became a fixture in the neighborhood and in your life.
Were you a regular, occupant in Magothy Beach prior to the time that we married?
Yes.
So let's see here. So now there's some comments that essentially maybe you are from California. Is that correct?
Well, I grew up in California, but I haven't lived there in 25 years.
Okay. Okay, so you helped put together some documentation, right?
Correct.
So this is something that you generated, the color block there. Is that
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So could you explain the different elements that we see in the color block and what they represent?
Sure.
Just for the record.
Overruled. Overruled. Go right ahead.
Okay.
This is for your reference. This is hearing exhibit number 2.
Okay. So what I tried to do in order to sort of encapsulate the issues of, I'm going to use the word overbuilding, to make it visual and to summarize it, sort of in one place, so you could glance at it and get a.
Objection, just so I preserve the record, there was no mention in this petition about zoning, overbuilding, building permits. There's no notice to the licensee regarding these.
Understood. I think it has certainly become an issue since this has proceeded. Will allow the protestants to continue testifying.
Okay, so my goal was to sort of depict that surrounding issues of capacity and the like that we represented by this. So, I mean, if we want to start from the top, you know, that first square, is there a particular order you would like me to go through?
Well, let's start with, can you identify on the color chart?
Her asking questions to the
Okay.
questioner.
Overruled. It just let's just try to keep it to question and answer, and also keep in mind that the board does have this document as evidence as well. So you know.
Well, okay. Well, in that case, I think
let's start here.
Okay.
So my first question with regards to this is, how many of the areas in this color block are identified as, you know, non-conforming approved uses? Oh, I'm sorry. Is this maybe still on?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
So there would be the original large rectangle, which would be the original footprint of the building, and then the blue extension going to the left would be the first dining room expansion authorized in 1980, and then it's yellow on my version here, but I think it might be blue on the version you gave there, or aqua. And that is the little shape that sort of connects them, and that would be the authorized space in 1992. And everything else is not covered by a non-conforming use approval.
And can you identify for me?
Objection, motion to strike, just for the records.
Understood. Overruled.
And can you identify for me how much of the area of the footprint that's currently in use in your color chart is unapproved use that is currently being used for liquor service?
Basis of knowledge.
Yeah, ma'am. Do you have personal knowledge of this? How much is actually being used for liquor?
Well, if by used for liquor you mean patrons go in and out there and personnel go in and out?
I was just asking if you have personal knowledge. Okay,
yes.
Go right ahead. If you can answer if you have personal knowledge.
Yes.
Okay.
If I may just voir dire the basis of that knowledge.
Mr. Bittner, you'll have the opportunity to cross.
Okay. So, I believe I believe it's 50% on your version. I'm sorry, I have a slightly different version in front of me. So
Well, we need to make sure that we all are
Move to
working off
strike.
Yep, so stricken. We have to make sure that we are working off of the same document that's been introduced into evidence.
Okay.
That's why I'm moving to strike all of her testimony.
No, you're moving to strike all of her testimony?
Yeah, most
overruled.
respectfully, if she's testifying of a document that's not admitted and you all have a different document.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
no, I
not
agree.
appropriate.
It's going to be stricken. It'll be stricken. I need to make sure, though, that we have the same document that you are going off of, because you could potentially be commenting on one thing that's separate and apart from what the board has in front of it that's been introduced as evidence. We need to be on the same page as to what document we're actually referring to.
Yes.
Okay.
So we are referring to the same document. The design of it and everything is laid out is identical. The only thing that is different is that essentially one of the areas has a different color. That is the
I can
discrepancy.
pull up
So there's some-
the
Objection,
actual
Mr. Strike,
document
who's the
on my
witness?
phone.
Well, I'm just trying to, Mr. Bittner, I'm actually asking questions right now to figure out what we're basing this line of testimony off of. Do you have the version that has been introduced into evidence? If you're going to ask specific questions on a document that's been introduced into evidence, we need to make sure that you're referring to the document introduced into evidence.
Okay. Yes, this is clearly not the same document because there's an aqua color difference. That is the difference.
Okay,
in the
well, do you
documentation.
have a copy of...
Unfortunately, I do not think I have a copy here. I'm looking. I don't think that there's one of these. No, I do not have a copy with me.
Well, then, you can't really question her on the contents of her document if it is, in fact, different from the document that the board has in evidence.
Sure. Okay. Well, we can go to different documents then. So I want to go to hearing exhibit number 1, and I want to basically speak to the evidence there because it's essentially the same facts, just not in a graphical format.
Sure.
Okay, so I will give this to you so that you can see this.
Certainly.
And I'm sorry, what exhibit are we referring to now?
This is going to be exhibit number 1.
But we were just referring to number 1.
Sorry, no, that was number 2. Color black was number 2.
If I could, I'd just like to very quickly announce that we have water bottles outside if anybody needs any.
So, okay.
Would you like to?
Yeah, so can you please just kind of talk us through and identify the areas that are conforming and are not conforming to the approved use
And I'm sorry, may I
for
just
liquor
see
service?
which exhibit this is?
It's the large one,
It's exhibit number
the
1.
very large one.
My number 1,
Was the 70-page document? You referred
Okay,
to
all
it
right,
as
I think I've
70-page
got it.
document. Or sorry, you called it a 66-page document.
so this is, ma'am, this is what you're referring to? Titled number 1,
Yes.
non-conforming use, okay.
Yes. Okay, so it's all one document, and it was submitted as one document, so I'll go through it. So we have the first record is the administrative decision from 1980, and that is across the top where it says Assessment District 3, File NC 428. And it's basically the
Yeah, objection, I mean, if I just have a continuing objection to all this, I filed a motion to strike all this as non-relevant, and I could just submit on that for time efficiency.
Sure, yeah, you can have a continuing objection
Thank
to
you.
this, Mr. Bittner.
Thank you.
I also, don't feel that you need to go through every single line of this
Okay.
document. It is part of the board's
Okay.
evidence, so the board is going to
Okay.
take it under consideration. But obviously, Mr. Taylor, you do have the ability to ask her questions on specific portions, just for,
Well, can you just briefly summarize
Sure.
essentially the findings as to,
What it
is? Yeah.
Okay, so basically it's the 1980 document that describes the original non-conforming use because the bar predates the zoning of the neighborhood as residential. And so there's a county process whereby the establishment would register with the county as a non-conforming use, colloquially known as grandfathered. And so that happened in 1980, so there's that. And then we have, just to tear through it, it was appealed in 1981 because there were some errors in the document about the boundaries, and those were corrected. And then we have a depiction of it. And then we have, just to go through, that's the appeal. Then we go through, so if we're going in order, and then there's a depiction of 88. And then we have, it goes through, it has the 1992 approval, which was an approval for an expansion to the north end of the building for an enclosed storage area. And it had multiple conditions, including sign removal, installation of landscaping, and then an appeal to it in which 2 of the conditions were, one was struck and one was delayed. And that was the installation of a stockade fence on the west property line once the place to put it had been settled. It was that. Then we go through and we have basically, I really don't want to bore the board, but we have a lot of documentation of essentially attempts to gain permits. For example, a permit was requested for a carport. It was not granted. And then what we do is there are some pictures at the end that essentially show what looks like a carport is there. We also have a permit request for an expansion to the dining room that was not granted. And then we have pictures showing that dining room extension is there. We also have a non-conforming use submitted in 2004 and then withdrawn at the last second, and that would have covered that second dining room expansion. So that was not approved, but the dining room is there. And then at the back end, I believe we have some photos of further expansion in the north end to include a deck. And I believe we also have a photo of the refrigerator units. There's 2 large commercial sized walk-in refrigerator units with unhoused, their actual machinery is unshielded or unhoused and within feet of our property line. Is there anything I've missed you would like to me to
It's
speak
his
to?
opportunity to ask you
I'm sorry, I
questions.
apologize.
No, it's all right. I know, it's probably
sorry.
a very unfamiliar format for you,
Okay.
but it's, Mr. Taylor has to ask you the questions. You unfortunately don't
Okay.
get to ask him questions.
Sure, okay. I think I've hit all the highlights.
So now, were you able to find the non-conforming use approval documentation through PIA request through the county?
Yes.
Okay, so were you able to gather all of the county's documentation as to what is actually allowed to be constructed and which the footprint is determined for liquor use?
Yes.
Okay, so let's break this down. So there are two areas that I'll refer to. They're the indoor area and the outdoor area. So regarding the indoor area, right, is there any area in there that essentially is unapproved by the county?
Yes, I call it the second dining room expansion, and they put in for a permit to enclose what was then a porch, and the permit was denied. And I believe they also, I'd have to look for that, but the permit was denied, and then sorry, I think that answers your question. That is the dining room expansion, and so that was denied. It's there anyway. Then if you go to the north end of the building, what was approved in 1992 was supposed to be an enclosed storage area, and that appears to have been partially built out. And I say that because the shape of the building at that end does not conform to the shape that was approved, but it is larger than the shape that was there. So it is, it's possible that it was built and then partially removed, or it was possible that it was not fully built in the first place. But that would be all of the things that would be fully enclosed.
Okay.
Yes.
So regarding the outdoor areas, let's start with the north side of the bar, right? Were you able to find any sort of approved use by the county for that area for liquor consumption or service?
If by county you mean zoning, no.
Yes.
No. So there is a carport they put in for a permit for a carport, and it was denied, and then a carport was built because you can see it in the image. I mean, it's there. It is currently being used as it appears, what I would call a covered porch, and it is being used for outdoor service. There's tables, there's chairs, there's a TV, there's a music speaker. So that is both a structure and a use. So the structure does not have an approved permit and does not have a non-conforming use to build that structure. And then the use as a dining area is also, there is no non-conforming use to expand your dining, to expand your dining service at all through zoning and not outside. And I'm going to call the covered porch outside for these purposes. Okay. Then also outside, we would have those, I'm sorry, I can't remember, did I describe those? I would say those two large commercial coolers. I call them outside because they are not in any sort of building. They're just, you can see the metal, you can see the machinery, and you can hear it kick on quite loudly at times. And how frequently it kicks on depends on the weather, and it depends on how it's functioning. So it can kick on every 2 to 3 minutes. It can, not kick on for a few hours. And I have clocked it at 70 decibels on an ANSI standard noise meter coming across our fence line. So those are the two large commercial walk-in coolers. And then most recently, a large deck showed up. And that deck, according to the paperwork that I obtained through a Public Information Act request, from the liquor board on their outdoor reset from the fall, that is a 1,050 square foot wooden deck. And there is no permit for that. There is no non-conforming use for that. So I think that would cover it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now
so.
we've covered the internal area as well as the north side.
I'm sorry, may I add something? I forgot.
If you ask your question, you can respond to it.
Well, it's the previous question.
Catherine?
I remembered one more, sorry.
Ma'am, you got to make sure that you don't speak unless you have a question that's asked of you, okay?
Okay.
Am I allowed to ask her?
You are allowed to ask her a
what
question.
she remembered? What is it that you
Okay.
remembered?
Okay, so what I remembered is that I'm sorry, do you need me closer to the mic? Is that what's going on? I apologize. Okay, let me get closer. So I'm also going to consider the asphalt surface to be a structure for our purposes because it is an artificial thing that is placed on the ground. And so I would also say that the asphalt surface in November of 2021, an asphalt surface was laid down over the parking lot, and it was laid it essentially extended into an area which is between the tavern and Center Street. So if you were standing in Center Street, it would be the space between you and the actual tavern structure. So in the 1992 conditional use approval, that area is specified as being landscaped. So it is specified as a non-parking area, landscape only. And if you read the 1992 documentation, you see it described, and it describes kind of what landscaping there should be. And that area is now asphalted, and it is 3 parking spaces, and that brings the asphalt and parking spaces within about 30 feet of a bedroom window of our house. And I'd also like to state that the asphalt service, the asphalt itself, the laying of the asphalt, there was no permit for that. And I mean, I am not a zoning and inspection permit expert, but and
again, my basis for my objection.
Understood.
The asphalt itself, the area that had been sort of like gravel, dirt, grass, sort of a mixture of surfaces, the asphalt was quite larger than what was there before that you would think of as a parking area. So the parking area to the left of the tavern, to the west of the tavern, enlarged, and then it also enlarged into that area that was from the zoning order was to be landscaped, not parking. And also the asphalt surface itself, if you think of it as a structure, what was there before was a noise absorbing surface, like grass and dirt, and asphalt is a noise reflecting surface. So it's noisier now because of the asphalt, which has not had any review or approval. And one of the elements that you must review in a non-conforming use related approval process is noise.
Okay, so there are a number of conditions as part of the 1992 expansion that the bar was granted for liquor service.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me what those conditions were?
So there were originally 5, and they were that there would be no windows allowed on that enclosed storage unit to the north. There would, all of the advertising signs on the bar would need to be removed. I misspoke. All of the signs except one identifying sign was to be removed and to stay down. So that was a condition. Then the landscaping that I described, the landscaping in between the building and Center Street, and also landscaping between essentially our fence line and the new expansion, which is basically where the refrigerators are. So where the refrigerators are is supposed to be landscaped as a buffer It uses the word buffer to buffer the new expansion from the east property line. How many did I get to? One? Okay. Then, the other one was the hours. So the original 1992 order said essentially you need to limit the hours of the operation to the quiet hours which were in existence at that time in order to avoid negative impact on the surrounding community, neighbors. And then the fifth one was building a stockade fence on the west property line. But then it was appealed, and so the bar appealed two conditions, and they appealed and said the hours being determined or restructured by zoning was inappropriate because that is a liquor board purview item, and so that was struck. They prevailed on that. And then the other one was a request for a delay of building that west line fence until the litigation they said was occurring was finished so that they could determine where that fence would go. And there is no fence.
Okay. So, and did you try searching for any sort of records of litigation between?
Correct. I did, and there are none.
There are none.
There are none.
Okay. And did you find any sort of requests for permits or anything like that for the bar to actually build a fence on the west property line?
No, there were none.
Okay. All right. So let's see here. So one of the questions I have for you is with regards to, we're just going to step off of the zoning specific for a moment and just talk about the streets.
Okay.
So have you ever observed where essentially, the Center Street, which is directly in front of the bar, essentially is very tight to the extreme that it's.
Is this a question? Can you get to a question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So have you ever contacted the police to essentially have them come out and address, parking issues in Center Street?
Yes.
Okay. And can you explain why you did that?
Yes. So maybe 2 or 3 times there were issues of a larger vehicle such as an ambulance or a fire truck didn't look like it could fit through the parking that had occurred because cars had parked close enough to each other but on opposite sides of the street that you would kind of have to weave through them. They'd line up, and I didn't think a fire truck or an ambulance could get through. There were also cars that park in the 30-foot run up to the stop sign, and that is a blind corner because there is a hill and a fence. And so because it's a T intersection, people coming up the hill, if you force traffic over, then they're going to have a head-on collision. There are many inexperienced drivers with golf carts and those little ATV things, and I routinely witness them, very unfortunately, cut that corner also. Again, just having more congestion there, and especially when they line up and force cars into the other side is problematic. And also there is the community dock down that hill. And so cars will need to come up. They're pulling boat trailers and they will need to make that turn. And what has happened is there will be cars parked right there, and they will actually be parked on our property, damaging our grass. And that will prevent the boats and the trailers from making that turn. You think, is there anything else?
Well, has any bar patrons ever parked in front of our gate?
Yes. We have had to call over because our gate to our front porch was blocked because a bar patron had parked in our driveway right in front of our no parking sign. And I called over to the bar, and so I know it was bar patron because I called over to the bar and said, this car needs to be moved. And within 2 or 3 minutes, somebody exited the bar, came over and removed the vehicle. I've also seen cars that will stack along the corner. I've seen stack along the corner. There's a lot of problematic parking when the bar gets busy, and it seems to be getting worse, if that makes sense. So from 9 years ago to today, it seems as though there is more off-street parking. And, yes.
Okay. And can you kind of, well, since you live in the area, so one of the things that I was told is essentially that there might be noise complaints filed by either you or myself with regards to the dock. Have you ever filed a noise complaint?
No, on the dock, no.
Okay.
I have no problem with the dock. I don't know what that refers to. I mean, I know the dock. I know the dock, but I don't understand what it referred to. If somebody thinks I filed a complaint about the dock, I have no idea what they're referring to.
Have I ever filed a noise complaint about the dock?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So when you have filed noise complaints, what have you filed noise complaints with the liquor board or any other agency about?
Oh, so, well, the commercial walk-in coolers, again, I clocked them at 70 decibels. The police came out after I called the bar repeatedly over a 2-week period and left messages saying that this very loud banging was happening. It was happening around the clock. And eventually, when after 3 weeks of it, I called the police and they came out, and anyway, long story short, the police ended up saying that it was equipment malfunction and that they were missing a part. And so it ended up, I think, being 2 months where the coolers what was happening is you could hear them, they would try to start with a very loud bang, which, I clocked, I think, at 70, 71 decibels. And then if the machinery caught, then it would run for however long it ran. But the problem was it wasn't catching. So it would go boom, and then it would die. And then it would do it again, and then it would die. And then it would do it again, and then it would die. And it would do it around the clock. I also, more noise complaints calls. I've called because patrons in the back were so loud I could hear them inside my house. I called because the music was so loud I could hear it inside my house. I called one time because the outdoor music speaker was so loud, I was sitting in the living room of 511 Riverside and I could hear the music over my television. And when I called up to say, could you please turn this down, the response I got was, I was just out there. I don't think it's that loud. You can call the police if you want to. I have called about, and I have filed, basically I filed just complaints with the liquor board about the jukebox, which we can hear inside our house. I have called the liquor board and complained about the live music, which we can hear inside our house. And of course, if we can hear it inside our house, we can hear it on the yard. If you are walking outside, you can hear it especially when the doors open, then the music kind of pours out into the surrounding area.
Okay. Now, so Mr. Bittner was identifying that there seemed to be a limited number of complaints that we had that essentially didn't start till the last couple of years. Mm-hmm. So did you ever complain to any other agents, did you ever complain to the bar directly instead of trying to contact any of these agencies?
Yes, I believe in the very beginning. I contacted the bar when I was woken up in my bedroom with the double pane windows shut and locked, wearing earplugs with a white noise machine on. I was awoken by basically yelling coming from inside the bar or the bar area. And so I basically went over and asked them to quiet down. I think I probably called over another couple of times. So I can tell you that there was a point at which I stopped trying to call the bar because I had an experience twice, about maybe a couple of weeks apart, where I called them my cell phone and they didn't pick up, which I thought was very odd. So I immediately called back from another number and they picked up. And then that happened again in 2 weeks. And so the conclusion I drew, rightly or wrongly, was that they were screening for my number because I have an unusual area code because my phone is from Texas and because I got it when I was living in Texas. And so it's an unusual area code for around here. And so it's distinctive. And my conclusion was that they were screening my calls. And when I would talk to them, I've talked to so many of their staff members. I have never been asked For example, can we speak to you about this later? Can you tell us more about this? Can you connect this to any other complaints you have? It's just kind of, okay. I sometimes get told to call the police. I sometimes get told to report it if I want to. And sometimes it gets quieter and sometimes it doesn't.
Okay. So you've also, as a result of a PIA, seen the Magathie Inn's application for renewal this past year. Is that correct?
The reset, which was part of the renewal process, and I don't remember if I actually saw the true. No, I did see the true renewal, but that was substantially less detailed. It was the reset portion of the renewal process that was very detailed.
Okay, and did that renewal application include areas that you have identified that there is no found, approved non-conforming use for?
Correct. Yes. So basically everything outside does not have a non-conforming use. It doesn't have a non-conforming use approval. The refrigerators, which are outside, they don't have a non-conforming use approval. The carport does not have a non-conforming use approval to have been built. It does not have a a specific non-conforming use approval to be used as outdoor service. The deck does not have a non-conforming use to be built. It does not have a non-conforming use approval to be used for outside service.
And on the topic of the deck, there was a fire marshal report that you also obtained through a PIA.
Correct.
Can you explain to the board what your findings were?
Well, what was meaningful about that is sort of two pieces. Is that the fire marshal came out as a result of a PIA where I asked them what is the capacity, how many people are allowed to be out there, and the fire marshal came out, and that's how I ended up getting a copy of the report. And the report said that they had limited the number of people allowed out there down to 49, even though there had been 52 seats according to the outdoor reset application. They cut it down to 49 because there was only one exit door, and they felt that only 49 people could exit safely. And then the other piece about that is on that report, it stated that the fire marshal inspector had been told that this deck was built during COVID.
Okay. And from your perspective, when you've seen the deck, do you consider that to be a temporary COVID permissiveness structure, or do you believe yes?
Well, I guess anything is temporary if you intend to take it down. If you want to build what sure looks to me like a permanent deck, and you are committed to taking it down on June 10th when the last temporary COVID authorization lapses, then I guess it was a temporary deck. It doesn't look like a temporary deck. And if you think about the temporary structures that exist throughout the county, it was normally things like tents in a parking lot, or little temporary gates and tables and chairs. It is not what I believe an ordinary person would remotely refer to as a temporary structure, but if he takes it down, I guess on June 10th, I guess it was a temporary structure.
Okay. And with regards to capacity, you had mentioned coolers, right? So essentially, if there are unapproved coolers on the premise in which they can store their liquor, that gives them more area inside of the bar.
Objection, not in evidence form of the questions.
Can you lay a little bit more foundation on the coolers?
Sure, I believe that actually may be covered in hearing exhibit number 1, but so the question really is, let's see, where is that document? You have that? I think you have it.
I have it, yes, I'm sorry. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for the capacity statement.
Oh, is that?
No question pending right now.
Okay.
Sorry.
Here's a question. Can you find it for me?
Okay.
Let's see. I'm trying to think. I know it is in fact in Exhibit 1. I'm just not exactly sure which page it is. I don't know if you want me to spend the time going through all the 70 pages trying to identify it, but it is in here. Yes. Okay.
We'll take your word for it. I'm not going to go through all the pages right now either.
Okay, so essentially going back to this, so the capacity is supposed to be 60 at maximum, right?
Correct.
And so can you identify what the impact would be of them having these unapproved coolers in the back area of their property?
Well, sure. So if you go to the 1992 non-conforming use approval, it specifies that they are approving the enclosed north end storage, and it specifies one of their reasons for doing it is because it does not increase the capacity of 60.
Okay. And now you've also done quite a bit of.
Wait till he asks a question.
It's from the last answer.
Still, wait till you start another question. Wait till he asks a question, then you can answer.
Can I answer the last question?
You need to wait till he asks. I don't know what his next question is going to be. Your answer's done. You started questioning again. Wait till he asks you a question. We need to keep the record straight, okay?
Okay.
What were you going to say?
Perfect.
May I answer?
Yes, yes.
Yes, okay. So, Lord, now okay, so it was the 60, and sorry, there was so much back and forth there. So it was limited at 60, and the storage, I should specify, the 1992 expansion, it is specified in the documentation that it is merely to enclose equipment that is already being stored in that location, but merely exposed to the elements. So that expansion did not have the effect of shifting anything around in a way that would increase the capacity of the Magathie Inn, and that was one of the elements that was, that was one of the elements that formed the basis of the approval, was that it would not increase the capacity beyond 60.
Okay. Now, also going back to, because that was, part of the documents that essentially were conditional of the expansion. So with regards to the other conditions, you saw the Magathie Inn today.
Yes, I did.
How many of the conditions are they actually observing when you left to come here today?
Okay, well, let's do them one by one. So the condition of the landscaping between the tavern and Center Street, nope, that is asphalted, it's not landscaped. The you are allowed one identifying sign. It has one identifying sign and approximately 10 advertising signs of various sizes, some bigger than a person, like 3 foot by 8 foot or 6 foot. I mean, large. There's probably, I think there's 10 of those. Some of them are smaller. There is no fence on the west property line. The hours is irrelevant. That is the only one that was the only condition that can be disregarded. And then the fifth one was, the landscaping one, there was also supposed to be a landscaping area where the refrigerators are. So there's obviously no landscaping there because there's refrigerators. And then the last one was the west property line fence, which according to 1992, they were in the middle of litigation. And as soon as they determined where that property line was, they were to build a fence line to protect the west property owners, and there is no fence there.
Okay. So one of the things that you have also identified in some of the documents that you have created is a list of the license regulation violations that the Magathie Inn would be, they're basically not conforming to. Can you identify for the board what those are?
Oh, well, they would essentially, the biggest one would be what in the 2021 version of your rules and regulations would be 2.12 zoning, and the in your 2024 version of your rules and regulations would be 2.13 zoning. But it's the same language, and it basically says that the liquor board cannot issue a license unless all zoning requirements are met, and everything we've been talking about is violations of zoning. If you are a legal non-conforming use, you are capped at a 30% expansion, and you are not to expand without approval, and they don't have approval for any of these additional expansions. So that would be, I think, the big one. The corresponding state regulation for it is is 1-405B of the Maryland Alcohol Beverage Control. That's the big one. It's kind of an umbrella. I would also say, though, that I believe they are routinely in violation of the county noise code, because the county noise code essentially, for residential areas, basically says you can't have 24 hours a day, you can't have music that is discernible at 50 foot from the source. And that's, pretty routine when they got their jukebox going and they got their live music going, especially if they open a door. I guess some of the other it is, at 10 p.m. when there's quiet hours. I think unfortunately that there is undue noise after 10 p.m. between the hours of 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. when they close. I think that's pretty common. I think those would be the big ones.
Okay. And then just looking here, so what about with regard to zoning codes that are related to alcohol beverage licenses?
Well, yes. So there is a provision in the Anne Arundel County zoning code that basically says outdoor activities, outdoor seating, as well as live entertainment, right? So live music, I guess live shows, I don't know, puppet shows, I don't know what it would be. I guess if it's live, it counts, it's a live entertainment. There is a zoning code that says that is not permitted, that will not be authorized if it is within 100 feet of residentially zoned property. And so since the Magothy Inn is within 100 feet of residentially zoned property on all sides, then it is a zoning violation for them to have essentially an outdoor seating area. I mean, the COVID thing, I understand the COVID thing is temporary exception, but setting COVID aside, that they can't have an outside seating area. They can't have live entertainment. And that's a county zoning code.
Okay, and so with regards to that, the live entertainment was typically provided under a dance license. Is that correct?
My understanding is yes. What happened is in the 2021 version of the Liquor Board's rules and regulations, live music fell under the dancing permit. In the 2024 version of the Liquor Board rules and regulations, it falls under it has been moved under the music permit. The dancing permit under the rules and regulations has the 100-foot buffer in there. It is not articulated in the music permit, but if you go to 2.12 zoning and then you go to the zoning code that says you can't have live entertainment, then you sort of have to put those two pieces together. You have to do 2 + 2 = 4 in order to get to that. Okay. So, yeah.
So going back to the dance license, so the requirement is 100 feet.
Correct.
To have a dance license.
Correct.
So are you aware whether or not the Magothy Inn has a dance license at this time?
It does. I obtained that information under the Public Information Act, and it's also in the paperwork for this very hearing about what will be renewed. You can't renew something they don't have, so obviously they have it.
Okay. So let's see here. Are there any other licenses that essentially have some sort of constraint on them with regards to the distance to residential properties?
Oh, residential? No, I believe it's dancing. Well, the dancing permit, which covers dancing and other live forms of entertainment, and I think there may be breakdowns in terms of maybe different permits depending on how many TVs you have or how many musicians you have or something like that. But it would still come down to the county zoning code says you can't have live entertainment or outside service if you are within 100 feet of residential property, and then the liquor code incorporates compliance with the zoning code into their provisions.
Okay. So now I just want to go back to essentially when you first came here and moved in. So when you first were in the neighborhood and you had communication with Paul, was he receptive to talking with you?
The first 2 times I really ran into him, I was outside, and I introduced myself, and we had a lovely little chit chat. the kind of casual thing. Where we spoke, it would not have been clear to him that I was coming from 550 Center Street because I wasn't in front of 550 Center Street. The third time I ran into him, we were in a local restaurant, you and I, and so, and we walked in, it was Cookie's Diner, fixture in Pasadena, and walked in, and I saw him at a table with his girlfriend, and it wasn't very far out of our path, so I walked up, I said, "Hi, Paul, it's nice to see you." And he did this completely sort of hostile look thing at me. And I said, "I'm Catherine, your neighbor, we spoke the other day," and did complete hostile, would not acknowledge me, would not speak to me, would not do anything. And it took a little bit for me to put two and two together and realize that because you were standing next to me, he now associated me with you.
Excuse me, I'd like the members that, excuse me, the members of the audience, please keep it down. Everyone, please.
In terms of other interactions, more recently, I drove home and I found my husband trying to do yard work, and Paul was following him around a little bit and trying to talk to him. And I clearly was walking into the middle of a conversation, but the conversation from when I was there was that Paul really wanted to know who was complaining, and he really wanted to know what the problems were that people were complaining about. It was very important to him to know who was doing it and what the complaints were. And I said to him, "Paul, I will sit down with you and I will talk about all of the concerns I have." And I said, I just want two things. I'm not going to have the conversation outside in the yard, and I want there to be a mediator present. And he said, "No, I'll see you in court." And the conversation continued a little bit. He again said, "I want to know what the complaints are." And I again repeated, "Paul, I will sit down with you. I will talk to you, but I'm not going to do it in the yard, and I want a mediator present." Same response. I must have offered 4 or 5 times. And again, as I think I stated earlier, when you would call over to the bar and say, "Hey, it's so loud, it's so this, it's so that," never any kind of attempt to reach back out or attempt to do anything other than kind of, give you some sort of answer that gets you off the phone, and then it may or may not get better for that event that you're complaining about.
Okay. So,
and Mr. Taylor, just for time, we're just at about 9:45 p.m. We do have another case to hear tonight, and I do understand that we have members of the public that want to testify in support of your protest. So I just want to make you aware of the time. I believe we have to be out of here by 10:30.
Okay, sure. So. And I think that we're in a good place. I'm just trying to think here for a second. Let me just confirm, make sure I'm not missing anything obvious. I think the only thing that I would like, one more thing, and that is for you to kind of speak to this map that you kind of compiled for us.
Sure. So
if I may know what she's speaking.
Oh, sorry.
What is the map?
This is exhibit evidence. Let me see.
I'm sorry, I don't have the number on it.
Okay, I have it. It is that exhibit 11?
10 and 11 contain photos.
Okay, so what I did is Mr. Bittner provided us exhibits petitions and letters of support. And on those petitions, there were some individuals that were designated as with an N to indicate a neighbor. And so I was curious about, how close a set of neighbors this really was. And so I plotted them on a map, just those, the ones designated with an N, not all of the petition signers. So if you wrote a letter of support, or if you were designated with an N, I put your address onto these maps, and the very last page is just a list of those addresses and names. And so if you look at the first one, that is a shot further out so that you can capture all of the red dots, which are all of the places where those neighbors are located, or if they wrote a letter. And so then the next one, I kind of shrink it down a little bit so you can see a little bit better idea of how close they are, how far they are. And I did this because I thought this was very interesting that really these folks are really quite what I would call, for the purposes of understanding what it's like to live next to a bar or how noisy it is, they are not near enough to know that. The closest one, which is the last two photos, the closest one is 308 Creek. And then the very last photo, I tried to blow it up enough so that you could really see what are all the structures and sort of noise absorbing and noise blocking items between the bar and the very closest address that is designated as near. And you can see on that last photo, I mean, there's trees, there's all, it's, I don't know, 400 feet away, 500 feet away, and there's all kinds of trees and buildings and structures. So I put this together in order to clarify and give context to the board that even though the petitions include some people that are designated sort of as neighbors, that should not be understood as people who understand what it is like to live next door to a bar or very close to the bar.
I have no further questions.
Okay, Mr. Bittner.
Thank you.
Ms. Taylor, are you aware that the Magathie Inn currently has a valid zoning certificate of use and occupancy?
I would need you to be more specific as to what that covers before I could answer that.
So you have no firsthand present knowledge as to whether or not the Magathie Inn has a valid zoning certificate of use and occupancy?
Can I object to that? Because essentially, Mr. Bittner has not submitted any evidence that supports that he has
He's just asking her a question if she has knowledge about whether
No, and
something
in all
exists.
due respect, I have submitted evidence that they have a valid zoning certificate of use. It's in the board's documents.
We were not provided a copy of this.
The establishment could not be open and operating. The renewal could not have been processed. Last year's application could not have been processed without a valid certificate of use, and the comprehensive report reflects that.
And the
it
board's,
does have a valid
and when you refer to the board's documents, you mean the board's actual file?
The file, correct.
Submitted into
Correct.
evidence without objection. Yeah, so if
Correct.
it's part of the file. But the question is whether she has knowledge about whether the inn has a valid zoning certificate.
And I'd like to object to the question.
You can object to the question.
Yeah, because essentially, we were not given a copy of this evidence, so essentially.
Oh, it's overruled. It's overruled.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. May
Mr.
I
Bittner?
answer?
Do you want to re-ask the question, Mr. Bittner?
So the question, do you have any firsthand personal knowledge of the existence of the zoning that was overruled?
Right, it was overruled. So I wanted to know if you wanted to re-ask the question. I don't know if
Yeah.
she remembers what the question is.
Well, let me move on. Ma'am, are you aware that there's a current valid fire marshal occupancy permit for the Magathie Inn?
Yes.
There's a valid health certificate for the Magathie Inn?
Yes.
Now, you indicated, in your opinion, there were some parking issues from time to time. Did you contact the Magathie Beach Improvement Association to get their assistance in addressing any of these parking issues?
Okay, 2 points.
That's just a simple yes or no, ma'am.
Well, it's not, because
Well, no, it
I'm
is.
sorry, it's not.
Did you contact the Magathie Beach Improvement Association for assistance in parking issues? Just yes or no?
I'm sorry, it's not a yes or no question. I mean,
Yeah, I object. It's kind of like saying, hey, can I just ask the fire department? You know, did I contact the fire department about something that it's a police matter?
I think that the question was, did you contact this association about parking? It's a yes or no question.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Okay, when did you do that?
I can't remember. It was, a year ago, year or two ago.
Okay.
Okay.
Don't remember who you spoke with?
Well, I don't remember their name, but I remember what I was told.
Okay. Did you contact any employees of the Anne Arundel County Parking Control?
I don't know if they were part of that entity or not. I called about some no parking signs, but I don't know if it was that entity or not.
Any installed by Parking Control?
No.
Do you have cameras on your property facing the Magathy Inn that record currently?
I know we have some cameras. I don't know if they record.
Okay.
And I don't know that I would say they are facing.
What do they video? What's their field of view?
I don't know.
So you have cameras on your property and you don't know what they face?
Correct.
Did you install them?
No.
Who installed them?
My husband.
You and he never talked about the purpose of installing those cameras and what they would look at?
I know that he was concerned about monitoring the boundaries of our property. Yes.
And you didn't bring here today to the hearing any videos, tape recordings that came from those cameras showing the things that you complained of occurring at the Magathy Inn?
No.
You mentioned you had a decibel reader, a noise decibel meter reader. You didn't bring here to court any documentation from your decibel meter reader corroborating or substantiating your allegations here today, did you?
Did I bring it or is it in the record?
Did you bring it?
Did I physically bring it today? No, because you introduced it as an exhibit.
So please direct me to the exhibits that have been introduced that where it contains the reports and readings of your decibel noise meter.
So that would be in the liquor board's records. So what I did is I made a complaint about that. It included photographs of my equipment, and it included photographs of the reading. So it would be, because you asked the record to be put in as an exhibit, I didn't need to bring it because it's already there.
I didn't see that. If it's there, it's there. Your husband, he's got a long history, would you agree with me, with the owners and the operation of the Magathy Inn?
I'm sorry, does he have a long history with them?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by history with them.
He grew up next to the bar, didn't he?
Okay, if you want to call that a history, okay, sure.
Okay.
Yes, he spent some years there as a very young child. Yes, he spent a lot of time there growing up, and then he moved back in 2008, 2009.
Now, you first came to the neighborhood and purchased a home at 511 Riverside Drive?
Correct.
And when did you purchase that home?
Well, I'm sorry, I did not first come to the neighborhood when I purchased a home. I want to make sure that's clear.
Okay.
I first came to a neighborhood when I started dating Todd in 2015. I purchased 511 Riverside, which is a family property built by my husband's grandparents by hand, shortly before I married him in 2020, like the month before.
So you purchased 511 Riverside Drive, it was family property from
Correct.
the Taylors?
Correct.
And when you purchased it, you were aware of the existence of the Magathy Inn?
Yes.
When you moved in to 550 Center Street after your marriage, or before your marriage, I believe your husband said, you were aware that the Magathy Inn existed?
Correct.
And you were aware that the Magathy Inn had been operating under its current regime since 1988 by the Pesh family?
I disagree that it has been off. When you say current regime, do you mean current owners, or do you mean in the same manner? It's been operating in the same manner, or do you mean it's been operating with the same management group?
So the license premises has existed in its same location with the current owner since 1988. You'd agree with me on that, wouldn't you?
Well, I'd agree with you now, but I wouldn't have agreed with you then. I mean, I wouldn't have known, I didn't know then.
Okay. But you knew, right? You knew a bar existed at this location.
I knew an indoor bar existed at that location.
I mean, what this really is about, Ms. Taylor, is you don't like my client, he doesn't like you.
I completely disagree.
Really? How would you disagree? He likes you?
Well, no, I would start with, you said this is...
Does he like you?
No, I'm sorry. I'd like to answer his first question before he gets to ask me a second one.
Go ahead and answer.
Thank you. So you said, isn't this basically about? This is absolutely not about anything personal or anything to do with Paul Page. This is about what was a sleepy or quiet indoor bar that has become a larger outdoor bar that where overflow parking into the traffic, into the street used to be quite rare, and it is now absolutely routine, occurring. I think I've seen it occurring 4 days a week. Sometimes you see it once a week, sometimes it's 4 days a week, whereas it used to be quite rare. So it has expanded, it has gone to the outside, it has put out an outdoor music speaker, it has asphalted into an area closer to our house, its asphalt has extended. The refrigerators have gone into poor repair and now make banging noises. I mean, it is not. The problem is not that I live next door to a bar. The problem is that I live next door to a bar that isn't playing by the rules. That is the problem. It has nothing to do with Mr. Pace's, I would say, his sort of, the way he has been unreceptive to addressing these issues.
Okay, well, we thank you for that. I have no other questions for Ms. Taylor. I would, though, ask as part of what would be my inquiry, my cross-examination of Ms. Taylor, that the board is directed to its records showing the inspectors going out between June the 12th of 2022, February the 24th, 2024, finding no violations.
Sure, that's part of the record. Thank you. Mr. Taylor, do you have anything in follow-up here? And, I don't mean to rush you here, but we are getting to the
No, I do not have any follow-up.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Thank you.
May I stay in the room?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And now let's hear from the members of the public who are here for the magazine. We've got some people. Mr. Taylor, how many do you think you want to call?
We have 3 people who are going to be providing testimony.
Okay, fantastic.
So I'd like to, I'm sorry, 4. So I have Tyler Jones. I'd like to call him first,
Tyler
please.
Jones. Yeah, Tyler Jones. Go ahead and bring him in. And yeah, this is going to be limited to 2 minutes.
And am I understanding that there's no questions?
No questions. And then we are probably going to have to limit closing argument as well.
Though I just want to make a proffer, if I may, because this goes back to my original motion to dismiss and the proximity. A number of these persons, according to Google Map, live the distances that I've proffered, and I think I should be able to, and since they signed the petition and they're the reason why we're here, and they have to establish their statutory eligibility to file the petition, that I'd be allowed to inquire as to the distance they live from the premises. Particularly in light of the fact that the protestants have taken great issue with the fact that these neighbors purportedly live a great distance and the supporters live a great distance, and they couldn't possibly know what's going on with the bar.
Okay, well, I do think that there's enough evidence in the record that the board can make a determination as to the distance and the proximity of all of the individuals who testified and how far that is from the bar. So there's just going to be no questioning of the members of the public. But thank you, Mr. Whitmer.
Objection noted. Thank you.
Sir, go ahead. You give us your name and address for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
All right. My name is Tyler Jones. I live at 511 Riverside Drive, Pasadena.
All right, Mr. Jones, go ahead.
All right. Good evening, members of the board. Please see exhibit number 6. To orient the board to the layout, if you were to stand on Center Street facing the tavern.
He's reading, and I haven't been provided a copy of that.
Okay, yeah, you can't read. You need to just provide oral testimony. You can't read a statement to everybody. If you need to refresh your recollection and look down at it, that's fine, but just don't read the actual document.
Okay. If you look at the tavern from the road, on the right-hand side, you can see the 550 Center Street property, and just further past that, still touching the edge of the bar's continuous lot, is 511 Riverside Drive. Facing the tavern on the left-hand side, you can see, I believe it's 542 Center Street. All right. I live at 501 Riverside Drive. I have to deal with the noisiness of the outdoor seating area, especially the outdoor speaker. It is not a reasonable level of noise in a residential area, and the speaker absolutely violates the county noise code standard of being more than 50 feet away. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor?
I have no questions.
No, there aren't going to be any questions. I'm asking for the next individual.
Okay, I'm sorry. So the next individual will be, let me see here. Let's make it Wanda Higgs.
I'm sorry, what was that name?
Wanda Higgs.
Reese. Wanda Higgs.
Hi, Ms. Higgs. Go right ahead and, sit down and give us your name and address, and then your testimony is going to be limited to 2 minutes. We've got a clock right up here for you.
Okay, it's
And make
Wanda
sure that you're
Higgs.
just giving actual testimony. You're not reading anything. If you have notes in front of you that you need to use to refresh your recollection, go right ahead. Okay?
Okay, thank you. Wanda Higgs, 502 Riverside Drive, Pasadena, Maryland, 21122. And my notes are simply a statement of impact. I thought that this entire petition was so that the impact on the neighborhood could be assessed and evaluated, not just what has happened, but what will continue to happen as the Magathie Inn is being promoted as a venue for events, it seems. And, I can appreciate the loyalty of the patrons that go there. It's not that, I'm certain that the number of people who came to testify on behalf are, enjoy the bar, but they don't live there. And I feel that the weight of impact should be based on the people who do live near the bar and in the neighborhood, not just the patrons who travel down the 1.5 mile road on two-lane road to a quiet little neighborhood on the water. I see, I think that's pretty much. And my concerns also extend past, maybe some of the obvious things like noise and parking, but the environmental impact of expansion without assessment. And that would conclude my statement.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, next will be Mimi Schwartz.
Okay. Right there. All right, if you could just give us your name and address for the record, and we will, testimony is going to be limited to 2 minutes. You're not really allowed to read from anything. If you have notes in front of you, you can refresh your recollection, but just go ahead and give us your name and address, and you can begin.
Okay. Mimi Schwartz, 317 Beach Avenue.
Go right ahead.
I am not against the renewal of the license. It felt funny putting a check against the renewal. What I am interested in is the future and where expansion might go. There has been a bill, let me see what number it is, 1624, and it's saying that they might take what was expanded during COVID and make it permanent. So I'm concerned about 150% capacity because you could add 50% capacity and have it outdoors. I'm concerned about what that would do to the parking. And if you had 50% of the original capacity in people outside, about the noise. So I want this occasion to look at the whole situation and the effect on the neighborhood instead of lumping a neighborhood bar under the provisions that could go for everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mimi. Okay, next we have Regina Miller.
Okay.
Any harm?
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
the
You've already been counted. You're good to go.
Work.
All right, if you could just give us your name and address, and then your testimony is going to be limited to 2 minutes.
I try. My name is Regina Miller. I live at 542 Center Street, right next door to the bar. You want dates? I can give you dates. September 14, 2010, my husband passed away. He was in my house. His body was still in my house. My dad parked in between the two lots because there wasn't, at that time, it was like no fence. Paul proceeded to go out to my dad, ask him to move. My dad said, no, I just lost my son-in-law. He took his penis out and peed on my dad's car. Okay?
Most respect, I'm going to make a motion to move to strike. Hold on. This is not relevant, something from 2010.
We're going to let her continue. Keep going.
Then on, let's see, 1994, we came here with my mom. And the liquor board told Paul and his father to put up a barrier, a fence, 6 foot high, a stockade fence. It was not put up to block the sounds and to block people for throwing trash in the yard and for exposing themselves to my kids at the time. Now, I had grandkids living with me a couple years ago, and they were in the pool. They were young teenagers. They were in the pool swimming, and his patrons, males, went outside to take a smoke, and they kept gawking at my grandkids. I didn't think that was right. And now, as of about a month ago, I have dogs that I use to keep an eye on my yard. And his patrons feed my dogs, which I ask them not to. And all we have is a chain link fence that does not block the sounds, and it does not block the patrons for trying to feed my animals.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Tina.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Bittner, do you have any witnesses that you want to call in rebuttal?
Well, I can make a proffer of Mr. Page.
Sure, if you want to make a proffer, and then we're going to limit closing arguments to 5 minutes just due to the time.
Sure. I think I'll be less than that.
Okay.
But in terms of the proffer of the licensee, Mr. Paul Page, Mr. Page been involved in this license, involved in Magothy Inn with his father since his father acquired the license in 1988. He started operating full-time in the mid-1990s. He's a honorably discharged Army veteran, father of 2 adult children. He lives on the premises. He's there. This is his home. This is his livelihood. This is his neighborhood. And he would tell you that he has been very responsible and will continue to be responsible to the neighborhood's concerns, because without addressing the neighborhood's concerns, he's not in business. His family wouldn't have maintained this business for some 30 years. The complaints, most respectfully, members of the board, just are not credible. You can see from the testimony, from the demeanor, the credibility of the witnesses, that there's a long history between the Taylor family and my client. And that just unfortunately has resulted in bad blood. But it's bad blood between the Taylors and the Peshes. It's not bad blood between the Magothy Inn and the neighborhood. All of your reports indicate no violations, noise on, and I'm going to, if I may, this kind of wrap this into my closing argument, this proffer, if the board please. All of your inspectors who have, in my opinion, really gone out of their way here, they've all a bit troubling. Politicians involved, a meeting is held. My client's not participating in that meeting, but we knew about it. We wanted it to occur. He has put up decibel readers. He's put up cameras. He's got a trained staff, and you see the staff. These are mature hospitality workers. They know what the rules are. They know how to deal with it. And isolated, unverified, unsubstantiated complaints simply do not give this board, most respectfully, the grounds to modify this license in any way. The criteria that you have to use in 4.210, there's no reasonable basis, there's no factual basis here to change anything. You have to consider the impact on the community. You've heard overwhelmingly that the community supports this establishment and that the community in general sees no issues with the manner in which the license is operated. And I think the board should take a particular note, and you're going to take judicial administrative notice of the distance from the opponents to live compared to the license, and they're no different. The neighborhood extends out. It's not just next door to the license. The neighborhood, this is on a peninsula, most respectfully, members of the board. Okay? The neighborhood is the whole peninsula. The neighborhood extends out. And this establishment caters to the whole neighborhood. And by and large, you see from the petitions, you see from the testimony, you see from the overwhelming support, people who took time out of their day to come down here and support the Magothy Inn, that this establishment is needed to accommodate the public. It's operated in an appropriate way. It does not adversely affect, unduly affect the residents of the community, the neighborhood, where it's located. This, most respectfully, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, zoning is not an issue here. My clients have a zoning permit. Your records reflect that. Your inspectors have found no violations when they've been out there repeatedly. Not only have they found no violations, they've opined in numerous reports what a well-run operation this is. So we would ask you to deny this petition, allow the reissuance of this license in its current form. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bittner. Mr. Taylor, closing, and we are limiting to 5 minutes.
Sure. Well, Mr. Bittner keeps making the point that zoning is not related to the issues, but we want to say that essentially it is very relevant and very germane to the point. Essentially, just the Alcoholic Beverages Code 1.405B cites that essentially they cannot be, using areas of the premise essentially that do not conform to zoning. And that is the case, and that is, a foundation, and that has impacts. So that carries over where essentially, we are getting impacted because of capacity. They're exceeding the capacity because of these expanded uses. We're getting, all sorts of parking issues as a result of these expansion uses. They've expanded in areas, for example, like the deck itself. It's not only just something that's never been approved by zoning, but it actually, the bar is located within the critical watershed. And they are basically not conforming to essentially even the standards there for the DNR. So, there's a lot of issues. And in fact, somebody had mentioned Bill 1624, and I think that's going to narrow the scope because essentially that will, address some of the issues by itself, if that does come into play. Because essentially the Magathien would not be eligible for extended COVID permissiveness. So everything that is in their back area, essentially that is not approved by zoning, would have to go away. Now, there's a lot of nice people who are in the neighborhood. I think we have great neighbors in Magathie Beach and in the immediate vicinity. So there's not a question about that. It's great to have a nice place that people can gather to congregate and socialize. However, that place has to conform. It's not a popularity contest. If a place is not actually fulfilling and, observing the regulations they're supposed to enforce, there's a problem. And I do not think that essentially the people who have signed the petition are even remotely aware of the issues that the Magathien was having brought upon them. Because I have seen some of their communication in other sources that have essentially identified that they've been given wrong information. Right? They do not even have the facts. So that list of people who signed, they may not have any idea of essentially what the issues are with the Magathien, or essentially what's going on and what our issues are.
1 more minute, Mr. Taylor.
Sure. So, we really just are looking to kind of see the issues that are related to the capacity, the zoning, the parking. There are basically everything that zoning has already outlined that they are supposed to be, compliant to. That is what we want to see. We want to see any areas that are not compliant with zoning, basically, addressed so that they are not able and not eligible for use for liquor license.
Okay.
And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll waive any rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Bittner.
Thank you all very much.
Do you need a recess? Do you want to put a motion on the record?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and put a motion on the record. First of all, I want to thank everybody on both sides for coming and giving of your time and your thoughts. Listening to the testimony, listening to Mr. Taylor and Mr. Bittner's, I think in this case, I don't believe there's enough reason for me to justify not renewing this license. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we renew the license. And by the way, I believe Mr. Praley can prepare something.
I can prepare a written decision.
Yeah, and we'll do that. We're going to go ahead and prepare a written decision, which will explain everything. Give us a week or two, whatever it takes to get the necessary documents together. But I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we go ahead and renew the license. Looking for a second.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, when you say renew the license, so there are several licenses.
Sir, there's a motion on the floor. We have to let this go.
Sorry.
Okay.
So there's a motion and a second.
I second the motion.
Thank you very much for a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's a unanimous decision.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Thank you for your time, everyone. Our next case is Sidelines, known as
Let's give everybody a minute to get
yeah.
Please exit quietly, please.
No, I think we're just going to roll right into it.
See if they got permits.
What's that?
Didn't say they got permits.
Okay, so the next case is Sidelines,
You're
known as
excused.
U&J Beverage, Inc. Umar Ranabat, President. Santosh Parash, Assistant Secretary. This is for a new license due to the protest of a renewal. This facility is located at 105 Chesapeake Center Court, Glen Burnie, Maryland, 21060. It's for a Class H beer, wine, liquor, dancing, and Sunday license. The protestants that signed the petition are Dylan Langston, Mia Johnson, Sean Kane, Jason Wilson, Morgan Wales, Lee Lewis, Robin Griffin, Mary Carter, Alex Elder, Charles Cornish, Michael Fowler, Ariel Rodriguez, Taylor Elliott, Kylie Harvey, Austin Nicholson, Sylvia Kyles, Laura Prin, Jerry Prin. Anyone wishing to testify for or against, please approach and remain standing.
Make a preliminary motion for the record.
Sure.
This is Melvin J. Knesset representing the licensee. It's my understanding that the protestants don't have enough people here today. They only have 2 or 3. Is that
If I
correct?
may, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Since we were unable to obtain the requisite number of supporters for our petition, at this time, and that's despite receiving enough signatures, I would like to withdraw the petition without prejudice and hope that the underlying complaint is still addressed by Sidelines. At this time, we will not be resubmitting the petition.
Okay, and if you don't mind giving me your full name and address
Yes,
for the record,
I'm
just so
sorry.
we have it. No, not a problem.
My name is Dylan, D-Y-L-A-N, Langston, and my address is 200 Spring Maiden Court.
Okay,
And Mr. Langston, I need to swear you in if you don't mind.
Yes, of course.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you have just given is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Gudensky, go right ahead. Do you have a preliminary motion, or did he just make it for you?
Motion to dismiss.
Yep, sure, absolutely. That motion will be granted. Thank you, Dylan, for being here. I appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
members of the board.
Thank you for your patience, everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you. Good night. Thank you. That concludes the hearing.
Let's go off the record. Let's go off the record.